наши танки въедут в Москву, я повешу многих. Когда наши танки въедут в Москву, я повешу многих. Копай себе могилу, сука подколодная, мы тебя повесим. Копай себе могилу, сука подколодная, мы тебя повесим. Курят траву, очереди на Крымск. Когда наши танки въедут в Москву, мы повеселимся. Копай себе могилу, копай себе могилу. Копай, сука.
10 months served on the front lines. Do I get an Applebee's discount now?
Our cause has gone insane, and these wars, they can't be won. And these wars, they can't be won. And do you want them to go on? Why split these states when there could be only one? And must we do as we're told? Must we do as we're told? Waste. Waste.
Big Vlad? He ain't bad. Synthetic left? Stay mad.
Convict.
Another night of debunking, repelling, and exposing propaganda and misinformation about this conflict. We are the only fucking platform on Twitch exposing the truth about this conflict. Exposing the lies that they're spreading about what Russia's doing in Ukraine. We're the only fucking channel defending truth, justice, facts, and reality. They're lying to you about the so-called just Ukrainians, the just Azov battalion, the neo-Nazis exterminating Russians, looking down on Russians, hating Russians. This Hitlerite junta of Ukraine is coming to an end. We got a lot to cover. We got a lot of ground to cover today because a lot has happened since we last convened. The last I checked, Ukraine and Russia had met for talks. And just from what I'm seeing from what happened today, I'm guessing those talks didn't go very well. And I'm guessing Zelensky's overplaying his hand, doing what Westerners have always fucking done, which is to take Eastern honor for weakness. Now it looks like Russia is ramping up operations in Kharkiv and ramping up, taking the gloves off a little bit. And the next story you're going to start seeing is that Russia's committing war crimes and it's a humanitarian disaster. The biggest arrogance of Westerners is to take Eastern honor for weakness. And it always has been. We got a 40-mile convoy incoming to Kyiv. Doesn't look good for the Zelensky government and the Ukrainian neo-Nazi junta. Zelensky got into power on a platform of delivering peace. He lied and he betrayed the Ukrainian people. And now Russia's coming to pay. To exact, I should say, that debt. The Minsk agreements betrayed, torn up and thrown away.
am. I'm too royal for this. What I look like, stopping my V on the road. I was born and raised by that convict code. 30 miles ago, now the needle getting low. I'm forced to pull over. What's in the bags, you know? Cause when I pull over, they gon' search the beef for show. I see the K9s.
He had so much disinfo to cover. Holy fuck.
Doing about 100 miles an hour. A nigga like me don't wanna go to jail.
Never.
But only got enough gas for an hour. So can you please tell me what I'm gonna do now? Tell me what I'm gonna do now. Tell me what I'm gonna do now. Tell me what I'm gonna do now. I got the police, 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 police on my trail.
Thank you so much.
Don't know about you, my nigga, but the streets been good to me.
We gonna go from ATL
Even took a whole lot of
to
bullshit,
Detroit on this
but
one.
it made me a stronger G.
New Akin.
Don't know nothing else but
Obi
street
Trice.
life when it come to me. I never thought I'd ever think about biting the hand that fed me. Look at me now. Looking for a way to get off the block. Said, look at me now. This life I'm living must stop, man. Look at me now. Think about
Remember
it
when you heard
each
it
and every
first?
day. Look at me now.
It's the best kept secret. Radio.
Don't know about you, my nigga, but the streets been good to me. Even took a whole lot of bullshit, but it made me a stronger G. Don't know nothing else but good street life when it come to me. I never thought I'd ever think about biting the hand that fed me. Now,
Big shout out.
way to get off the
SRC.
block,
Universal. Shady Records.
this life I'm living must stop, man. Look at me now. Think about it each and every day. Look at me now. Just look at me now.
Obi Trice.
Real name, no gimmicks. I came in the game, profane, no image. I came in the game with a name I was given from a main who ain't give a fuck about his chitlin'. I proclaim the name, no, never in vain, no. Watch the change grow. A young nigga who done gain from fame. Cop the Range Road. Now they want my brains on the main road. But they don't understand what I came for. How I came forth with a million soul. Who say you can't grow from mildew and mold? Get money like Ross Perot. I'm often told, a coffin's the routes I go. Oh, that's the road you own, oh no. I'm down for the rifle tone, the fofo. Don't ever try to send a nigga home, no, no. I know you wanna catch me at Sunoco. Show me that you're loco, put holes in my photo. Nope. Oh, hold toast, no jokes and slugs through your polo.
Akin.
Staying here, I'm just getting much older. Time to go stack up enough trees. Hot clocks just getting much colder. Dodging and ducking the police. How much longer must I stand on this corner? I gotta get off right away. How
It's
much
the Civil
longer
War.
must we sell on this corner before they take our life away? Don't know about you, my nigga, but the streets been good to me. Even took a whole lot of bullshit, but it made me a stronger G. Don't know.
All right. We're going to begin this from a message from President Putin to open up we have a lot of ground to cover. We have a lot of coverage to go over, a lot of lies to debunk. So let's get right into it.
Я пригласил вас для того, чтобы поговорить о вопросах, связанных с
So this is him convening with the government,
экономикой.
the economic ministers.
Мы с Михаилом Владимировичем обсуждали эту тему, имея в виду, конечно, и те санкции, которые сейчас так называемые
This is in response to the sanctions by the West.
западное сообщество, как я его назвал в своем выступлении, это империя лжи, пытается реализовать в отношении.
Based in True Post, what is this? USA reacted the same way as China when bordering nations allied with enemies in the Cuban Missile Crisis. With Russia when... Why did I say China?
Нашей страны. Ну, давайте начнем. Пожалуйста, Михаил Владимирович.
Okay, so I don't even... this is like a lot of juicy stuff, right? That we're going to actually cover. Pretty crazy shit, actually. So, to begin this... Holy fuck, Lado. Thank you so much, Lado. Holy fuck. Thank you so much, Lado. I want to give you guys a taste of the scale and level of disinformation that's going on about so-called Ukrainian victories in Russia, okay? So this is a video of a destroyed vehicle, a supposedly destroyed vehicle, right? Supposedly a destroyed Russian vehicle. How do we know it's Russian? Well, we have the Z painted on it, right? This is the white Z graffiti, right? And this is actually a video, right? So this is a Z. What do you know? The Z kind of moves a little bit, but you can't prove if it's fake or not. So this is why I trust ASB military news. They actually never say anything is true until it's confirmed, right? But this is some of the Ukrainian footage that's been making the rounds. Now, if you look at the disinformation actors that are on Twitch and on our YouTube, the thing that they're going to be saying is basically like, well, I'm not going to come to a definitive conclusion, but based on what we've been seeing, it looks like the Russians have been having a hard time, and those Ukrainian javelins have really been giving the Russian vehicles a run for their money. The problem is that what they're actually looking at is a narrative that is created as the overarching conclusion of what is actually the sum total of a series of individual lies. So they're going to see this in combination with all the other lies, and a reasonable person would draw the conclusion that, well, I'm not saying this one's correct, I'm not saying the other one's correct, but all of them together, come on, they can't all be wrong. The truth is, the overwhelming majority of what we're seeing has not been verified. And because we are aware of the extent to which the pro-Ukrainian propagandists are willing to actually lie, we can actually bet that what we're actually witnessing is a lie. It's not just that we don't know if it's true or not. We can probably definitively come to the conclusion that it's false, actually. It's completely wrong. Because if it did have a grain of any truth to it whatsoever, at least a proportion of this type of footage wouldn't be doctored and wouldn't be fake. Okay, you're going to say, Haas, this is a one-off, right? Surely this is an exception, right? Well, here's another example of this. This is from 2014, and there you go. More doctored footage with that Z spray painted on it. It's going to be a beautiful Ukrainian spring when the fascist occupiers are expelled. And he has those sunflowers. Mr. Sunflower. What's your name? The Black Sheep Collective. Black Sheep Collective. These are your sunflowers. This is doctored footage from 2014. This is your sunflower. You have no victories. You're not making, there's no glorious Ukrainian story of resistance. You're not beating the Russians back. You're not having all these victories over the Russians. Now you motherfuckers are complaining that because Russia took off its gloves a little bit, now you're saying, oh, we're persecuted. SOS, Coney 2012, Putin's a monster. Which one is it? Are the Ukrainians ferocious warriors who are scaring the Russians and beating them back and destroying them with javelins? Or are Ukrainians the innocent and helpless victims of Putin's attacks, like in Kharkiv and elsewhere, right? Choose which one. You can't have it both ways. You can't, on the one hand, spin this like fake narrative of the might of Ukrainian forces against Russia, and then on the other hand say, oh, Russia's so ruthless, Ukrainians are helpless victims, help us, help us. You flip-flop between one or the other, because once this shit starts to get debunked, and once Russia starts to step, by the way, from what I've seen so far, Russia actually has stepped up its operations. Russia has stepped up operations. Why does Putin sit that far away? Did you know you are genuinely a stupid fucking person? I'm not even saying that as an insult. I don't know if it's like a natural thing or what. I don't know what it is, but you actually typed that in my chat. And I could forgive you. I'll tell you the terms and conditions under which I'll forgive that comment. Is that if you're in high school, if you're like 15 years old or 16 years old and you type that, I will forgive you. I remember when I was in high school, I used to say a lot of dumb shit too, so I could forget that. But are you actually asking me why isn't Putin personally in Ukraine? And you thought that was an intelligent comment to make, and you thought that was somehow like something an actual informed adult who knows about how these things work would actually say? Are you actually trying to sit here and tell me that it would be reasonable to expect a leader to actually physically be in the country that they're overseeing military operations against? That's somehow reasonable and makes sense? On the table. What do you mean on the table? I'm just really curious. Like, do you actually think Putin should actually physically be in Ukraine himself? Do you think Putin should personally parachute into Ukraine and do all the fighting by himself, and that's somehow the honorable thing to do? Because that is something Vosh literally said. That is literally something Vosh said. That's literally something Vosh said. Like, does that make any sense? He's referencing the picture of Putin sitting far down on the table from his others. What picture? Do you do only pro-Russian debunking and not unbiased debunking? No, because I have not seen these. I haven't seen Twitter sources like ASB. What ASB will do is say, we haven't confirmed it yet, right? I have not seen pro-Russian fake news. If you want to send me pro-Russian fake news, we'll look at it, and I will call it out if you want me to look at it. So if you want me to debunk pro-Russian fake news, I just haven't seen any because pro-Russian sources are being much more cautious and careful about lying for whatever reason. It seems like the pro-Ukraine... Well, I mean, actually, I'll tell you why. Because the pro-Russian sources don't need to lie. We don't need to lie about what's going on, right? The person who needs to lie about what's going on is the person who objectively looks bad right now, right? They're talking about pictures like this. So is the logical conclusion of this that, like...
Zelensky staged his action videos from Lviv.
Notice we don't even have any evidence that Zelensky's in Kyiv. Zelensky's a fucking actor. So first of all, I want to say one thing. Even if Zelensky's winning some kind of optics war over Putin in Western media, right? Let's just say that's true, and I grant you that. And I don't think it's true, personally. But let me just grant you that. That doesn't speak to someone being more in the right or better as a leader. All it tells us is that Zelensky is a former actor and Putin is a former KGB agent. So Putin was a guy who actually like did shit, and Zelensky was a guy who was in movies. Okay, he's an actor. I don't know how to fucking like break this down for you. Zelensky's a former actor. Faking shit for the cameras is what he does for a fucking living. Putin, on the other hand, literally was in the KGB, which is, and if you think the KGB is like something, the KGB is not the FBI, and it's not the fucking CIA. Those are fucking holy knights. Those are knights. Those are fucking like warriors. You don't fuck around when it comes to KGB. That's not something, that's like, those were like the most hardened, toughest of the tough that the Soviet Union had. The best of the best. The most fanatically committed to the cause of the party. That was probably one of the only segments of Soviet society. Thank you, Vlox.
VL0XX donated $5. Ukraine is the Gabi Petito of global conflicts. Millions of people will come together to help, as long as they have blonde hair and blue eyes.
Thank you, Vlox. See, Putin, when it comes to the KGB, that was probably one of the only segments of Soviet society that were not cynical. They actually were fanatical communists who believed in all of it, right? Napoleon went to the countries he invaded. Putin doesn't. Yeah, Putin should just get on a horse and invade Ukraine on a horse. But I think by the logic of this picture, I actually think that, Zelensky should have sexual intercourse with this guy because he's not close enough. They should actually start making out, and they should have sexual intercourse, and they should suck each other off and just get really, really close, right? Because that's what does this even mean? I mean, by what metric has a man getting closer to his defense ministers been a measurement of leadership? I mean, these pro-Ukrainian bots are coping so fucking hard that now they're saying, oh, 2 presidents meet with their defense ministers. What does this prove? Can someone tell me what this proves exactly? It sounds like to me that this proves Putin is like a leader who's, he's giving orders to his defense ministers. What does this prove? Can someone tell me what this is supposed to prove? I mean, is it supposed to prove Zelensky is nicer to his defense? What does it prove? I mean, so what happens if Zelensky sucks him off? What then? Is he just better? Is this a competition to see who gets closer? Maybe they should kiss a little bit or something. I mean, what kind of fucking competition is this? What exactly are we measuring here? I'm sorry. I'm lost. I'm just a little lost. That's all. I'm just a little bit lost. Okay? So, what is being measured exactly? I'm a little lost on that. I'm just a little bit lost. Anyway, now, if you think the misinformation ends there, it keeps getting more and more shocking. So this is really humiliating for the Russians. The Ukrainians have captured a high-ranking Russian officer and forced him to say glory to Ukraine.
Слава Україні! Слава Україні!
Слава Україні!
Треба відповідати слава Україні, героям слава! Слава Україні!
Oh God, this is humiliating for Putin. The Russians are doing horrible. A POW is being forced at gunpoint. No less, a high-ranking Russian officer is being forced to say glory to Ukraine. I bet Vosh and Dylan Burns love this, right? This is really bad. This is really bad, actually. I mean, because you're seeing all over Twitter evidence of Russian POWs being captured and, all this stuff going on. And, well, hold on. Wait, what? I thought this was a Russian officer. Why does he have the Ukrainian flag on his arm? Why does he have it? Wait, why is he wearing a Ukrainian uniform? Hold on, I thought this was a captured Russian officer. What happened? What happened? I thought this was a captured Russian officer. What's going on? Listen, the Ukrainians would never lie. The Ukrainian forces would never lie. They would never lie. Why would they lie? That's not. Oh, I don't believe that. They would never lie. This must be. He was disguised. This was a Russian officer disguised as a Ukrainian. Yeah. He was disguised. The Ukrainians would never lie. Vosh would never lie to me. Dylan Burns would never lie to me. Those people always tell the truth. They would never lie. Why would they ever lie? That makes no sense. Those people always tell the truth. They never lie. They never spread false claims about this kind of stuff. I don't know. This is kind of. We'll move on. Moving on. Sorry, moving on. So, okay. Granted, Haas, Russia's in big trouble. Europe is going to start supplying Ukraine with fighter jets.
Carl Jugler donated 5.
Fuck you, Carl Dougler. I don't give a fuck. Thanks for the 5, bitch. You're not getting a refund. He goes, how is the war in the interest of the working class? Because it seems antithetical. What the fuck is the working class? You're not talking about any real working class. You're talking about a fucking concept that only exists in thin air. What's the fucking working class? Tell me what form the working class takes. Does the working class not take any form? Does that form not happen to be specific to different countries? What do you mean the working class? What the fuck does that have to do with anything? The working class is your made up ideological fantasy so you cannot have any substantive relation to reality at all. You're just creating this made up sociological construct that's utopian in favor of reality, at the expense of fucking reality. That's Marx's fantasy? Then why the fuck did Marx say the class struggle takes national form, you dumb fuck? If that's Marx's fantasy, why did he ad verbatim say it takes national form? I have to ask you guys a question though. You know, Carl, I imagine you're just this EU guy. You know, I don't have time for these anti-Russian EU people. I don't have time for them, okay? Anyway, guys, at least Ukraine's getting planes, right? At least Ukraine's getting planes, right? At least they're getting planes. No, I don't want to fucking talk to you. This is what's going to happen. Carl's going to get in my VC. He's going to go, hi, Haz. I am from Belgium. How are you doing, Haz? Let me get my cigarette. So, I want to specifically talk about, I'm just kind of confused because in Marxism, it says that, shut the fuck up, dude. We're living in the real world now. I don't have fucking time for this shit. You know? I don't have time for confused intellectuals who don't live in the real fucking world. You're a confused intellectual. You need more learning to do. You better grow up and live in the fucking real world. You understand? I don't have time for confused intellectuals. Okay? Anyway, you are the top tier Marxist, I thought? Yeah, and Marxists aren't confused intellectuals. We know what we're fucking talking about. We arrive at concrete meat and potatoes fucking positions in the real fucking world, and we don't dilly-dally in fucking theoretical confusion like you. Why can't you help a dumb shit? Because you're not paying me to. Okay, pay me $150 and I'll help a dumb shit, motherfucker. I'm supposed to be doing... You know what, Carl? I actually despise you. I'm doing a fucking segment covering the news. I'm covering what's going on in Russia and Ukraine combating disinfo. And you are confused about all the philosophical and theoretical underpinnings of my position, so you personally demand that I educate you about it at the expense of my audience who wants me to cover the Ukraine shit. I should prioritize you over my audience, right? I should prioritize you over my whole audience, right? Who's desperately hungry for coverage of this situation from this angle. Right? Carl, you're that fucking special. You're that fucking special. There's a video. Okay, we have iBreezy. There's a video of captured Russian soldiers saying that they didn't know they were entering Ukraine and they thought they were doing a training exercise. They go on to say that Russian soldiers shouldn't go to Ukraine and condemn Putin. What are your thoughts? Show me the video. And are you really certain that's not a fake video? Because I just showed you an example of Ukrainians faking videos where they're saying this is a Russian or this is a Russian officer, and it's literally proven that it's a Ukrainian officer. Okay, anyway. Remember when everyone was saying Ukraine's getting jets from Europe? Well, Bulgaria has rejected Ukraine's request. Poland also denied it. Let's see what Romania is going to say. Is Romania going to give them these jets? Russian military said that every soldier in Ukraine is a professional soldier, not conscripts. Fix the sound game. No, this is a loud stream, motherfucker. This isn't a tame ass stream. Go watch fucking Hassan if you want a tame stream. This is a loud ass stream. Okay? Anyway, I tell the truth loudly. Bulgaria says it's not giving its planes. Poland isn't doing it. Slovakia categorically rejects giving its jets to Ukraine. What is Romania going to do it? Let's see. Will Romania give it to them? Poland's denying it. There we go. Well, someone's challenging it, to be fair. Someone's challenging it. Source. Trust me, bro. In reality. Okay, so a blue check is apparently saying that's going to happen. So this guy, he's coming from another very reliable website, but he does have a blue check, which means we have to listen to what he says because he could never lie, right? Bulgaria will give Ukraine 14 Su-25s. Slovakia and Poland are giving it to them. But all those countries have appeared to deny that, right? Polish media article reporting, Slovakia is denying it. The Prime Minister of Bulgaria denies it. So I don't know. What do you believe? Those jets would blow them Russians into thin pieces. Guys, we have another really smart guy in the chat. Hey, what's his name? Mic check. Hey, mic check. Hey, mic check. Mic check. Should we do a mic check? Mic check. What is a MiG-29? What's the origin of the MiG-29? Where does it come from? What are the jets these countries have? Where did they come from? You know? You know? Google it, mic check. Google it. Oh, they all come from Russia. They all come from the ex-Soviet Union. So you're saying that these are just the leftovers of Soviet scraps? Meanwhile, Russians literally have the latest technology, and you're thinking Russians can't fucking handle these jets? Let me tell you something. If any country is caught giving Ukraine weapons, Russia's gonna fucking retaliate. Now, if the US does it, maybe not. But if any of these Eastern European countries try anything like that, they're fucked. They're not gonna do shit. They're not gonna do shit. They're not gonna do a goddamn fucking thing.
Rudin for Putin donated $5. Have you heard about the Cook of Kiev? He took an entire platoon of Russian soldiers out of combat while they fucked his wife.
Oh my god, the Cook of Kiev, who is promoting alternative sexual, what is it called? Sexual practices that harm the patriarchy. What a hero. What a hero. Oh no! Guys, we have bad news. We have really bad news. General Motors suspends car exports to Russia. You mean Americans aren't going to sell their shitty cars to Russians anymore? What a tragedy. What a travesty. They're really hurting those Russians by making room for the Chinese market in Russia for the production of cars, helping local domestic Russian car manufacturers and companies. I mean, technically, they're helping literally anyone else, Japan, whoever. Like, all this does is hurt GM, right? What a Russians can't buy GM's shitty cars? Wow. What a fucking travesty. What an absolute travesty. He wants to debate you. If he literally pontificates about no, he's wasting time. Debate me about Russia and Ukraine. Okay, you can debate me about Russia and Ukraine. If you're going to try and talk about the theoretical underpinnings of this whole thing, you are getting banned permanently from the Discord and my fucking chat. Okay, what am I getting wrong about the Russia-Ukraine crisis? Go ahead. Quick. Quick.
don't see how this is a communist style invasion.
Oh, okay. You want to know how I can help you?
Yeah.
Read a fucking book and stop wasting my time. Goodbye. He wanted to talk about philosophy. I just don't see how this is a communist invasion. Okay, then read a fucking book. If you're here to debate me about Russia and Ukraine, debate about Russia and Ukraine. You want to talk about the deeper philosophy behind this? Stop wasting all of our time. This is all fucking very urgent breaking news, which is what we're talking about right now. And you want to have a fucking philosophy discussion with me? Read a fucking book. Or better yet, just read my fucking Substack. Why don't you answer? Because it's not fucking relevant. It doesn't matter if you're a communist, you're a libertarian, you're a nationalist. It does not fucking matter. What matters is what you're reporting. What angle you're doing. That's what fucking matters right now. It doesn't fucking matter what ideology or philosophy is behind it right now. It doesn't. Read a fucking book. If you can't see why a communist would be pro-Russia in this case, that's your problem. It's not relevant. A lot of you guys think that this is about ideology and not about reality. It's so fucking stupid. It's not about fucking ideology. It's not like we just decide what positions we take in the real world based on ideology. All ideology is supposed to do is clarify our real world positions. It's not supposed to actually premise what positions we take. That's fucking stupid. So you're actually going to sit here and decide what position you take on geopolitical events based on ideology? That doesn't make any fucking sense. You base it off ideology? How? So fucking stupid. How is this a communist invasion? What? This is like a fucking philosophy nerd trying to make this event about them. How does this confirm my philosophy? That has nothing to do with your philosophy, dude. How is it a communist invasion? What? What does that even mean? Is this like a Trotskyist crusade where Russia invaded Ukraine to spread communism? Is that it? Dude, just read Stalin. That's not how communism works. There's no such thing as communist invasions. There is no such thing as communist invasions. Nobody invades a country for ideology. Like that Trotsky, I think, wanted to do that, but what does that have to do with anything? Read Stalin. Read about socialism in one country. I don't know. If you're asking me why I'm pro-Russian, how about we stop talking about philosophy and ideology and get to the fucking meat and potatoes? Why is Haas pro-Russian? Is that what you want to know? I'm pro-Russian because geopolitically speaking, the globalist elite and ruling class and the American establishment, which me, as someone who is trying to kickstart a populist movement in this country, and a third party, right? An anti-establishment sentiment, that globalist elite is inexorably tied to American imperialism. And Russia, who has a nationalized oil industry, is creating an alternative source of economic industrialization and polarity, and economic polarity, that challenges the power of the same globalist elite that I'm against at home. So why am I pro-Russian? Because Russia represents a global resistance against the Anglo-Saxon establishment and globalist elite, both domestically and around the world. It is literally that simple. It is literally that simple. It has nothing to do with ideology whatsoever. It is literally political strategy. That's why. I don't care what ideology you have. If you're a libertarian, you agree with me. If you're any type of anti-establishment person, it's relevant. It is, if you're not part of their deep state and their establishment, and you're not part of their big club, and you're not being paid by them or being hired by them, you would agree with me. It's that fucking simple. Yeah, and now Kyle Kalinski's saying this is the equivalent of Bush's invasion of Iraq. This is Bush's invasion, equivalent of Bush's invasion of Iraq. It took the U.S. weeks to take Baghdad, and they didn't give a fuck about collateral damage, right? It's like the 6th day of Russia's special operation. They've minimized civilian casualties. They've treated the local civilian population there's no comparison, right? The U.S., it took them weeks to take Baghdad, and they didn't give a fuck about the local population. Russia's been so careful to minimize all conflict with not only Ukrainian civilians, but Ukrainian soldiers. Whenever Russia's met with resistance, they just leave because they don't want to fucking create a public outcry in Ukraine. They cluster bomb the hell out of Kharkiv. Yes, you're right. And I talked about this yesterday, actually. You're right. Russia is taking the gloves off a little bit in Kharkiv. But you want to know why, motherfucker? I talked about it yesterday. I talked about how Russia was waiting for Zelensky to agree to talks, right? So they had a gloves-on approach. So they're giving Zelensky the opportunity to fucking wake up to reality and just surrender, right? So what did that motherfucker Zelensky do? What did that motherfucker Zelensky do instead? Again, keep in mind, up until this point, Russia had a gloves-on approach. What did Zelensky and the West do? They took it for weakness. They said the reason Putin is having the gloves on is because he's scared and he's being weak. So Zelensky decided to get bold in those peace talks, and he said, we want immediate withdrawal of all Russian troops from both the Donbass and Crimea. We want Crimea back. Are you out of your fucking mind, Crimea? Even Crimea, which was taken in 2014, are they insane? Listen, the Ukrainian government is either insane in their head, they are literally mentally insane, or they know something we don't, which is that NATO is going to come help them and start a World War III. Beyond that, that is the most stupid fucking thing I've ever heard. Ukraine wants Russia to leave Crimea as a condition for peace? That didn't have anything to do with the fucking conflict that's going on right now. That's from 2014. It's literally unthinkable. Right? So, Russia, I expect, saw this and they said, okay, you know what? We've given you so many fucking opportunities. We suspended operations Friday and you snuffed us. We continued them. Then you said, okay, wave the white flag and you want to fucking meet at the Belarusian border. Russia agreed to your request to meet. You went to their face and spit in their face. What choice does Russia have now? Yes, they're shelling Kharkiv. They're taking the gloves off in Kharkiv. I bet you anything they're going to start taking the gloves off in Kiev too. And all those sunflower comments of Saint Raytheon with the javelin, Ukraine is beating back the Russians, that is suddenly going to drastically 180. And the type of comments you're going to start seeing is, Russia's committing war crimes. It's right fucking here. Russia's committing war crimes. They're targeting civilians. Oh my God. Russia's really bad. Oh my God. SOS Coney 2012. Come help us. First, you tried all this posturing and bravado on behalf of Ukraine. By the way, it's not for Ukrainian morale. It's for MCU Reddit brain morale. That's who needs this. It's Reddit brained MCU watching Western cucks who need the copium that Ukrainian resistance. It's like Rey Skywalker beating back the Empire, right? You irresponsibly spread all of this disinformation about these stunning feats of Ukrainian heroism. Stunning feats of Ukrainian heroism, right? While Russia had the gloves on and was deliberately being as gentle as it fucking could, to the point where it was not only avoiding civilian casualties, it was going out of its fucking way to avoid military casualties. Russia had literally up until this point been going out of its way to avoid Ukrainian military casualties. That is so fucking unprecedented. And that's why I really double down and stand behind this. initially, this wasn't a fucking invasion. It wasn't. Is it a weird type of unprecedented military operation? Yeah. But you know, in an invasion, all enemy combatants are fair game. In a military invasion, you have enemy combatants, boom! It doesn't matter. That's what happened in the Iraq War. So in the Iraq War, when the U.S. went into Iraq, if you were an Iraqi soldier and you're putting up the slightest hint of resistance, boom! Boom! They don't give a fuck. They'll blow you up. You're an enemy combatant. That's the law of war. That's the rule of war, right? Russia wasn't doing that in Ukraine, though. Russia had a special military operation where, as the pickup artist guy told us, he wanted to take the military. He wanted to capture the military. The Russians wanted to capture the Ukrainian military, not kill them. So yes, it's completely unprecedented. Keem has a tweet longer saying, I'm one of the reasons he's quitting streaming. Keem created a tweet longer saying, I'm one of the reasons he's quitting streaming. What? Who is this guy? I don't even know who he is. I ended someone's career. I don't even know who the fuck they are. Okay, let's check this out. Who is this guy? I don't know who. I genuinely don't know who this is. I know who Heel Mike is, but this isn't Heel Mike. His name's Heem? What's Heem? Who is fucking Heem? Okay, let's see. I've always tried to bring positivity to a space that is increasingly toxic. First of all, I'm not part of your space, okay? I'm not part of your space. You talk shit about me, I'm gonna smack you right back. But I'm not part of your space, Heem. I'm not in Discord calls with you and your friends. I don't even know who the fuck you are. I only talk to normies on Twitch. I'm friends with normies on Twitch. I'm not friends with your space. I don't know your fucking spaces. I don't like you. I made it very clear I don't want your space. I don't like your little community. I don't like your friend circle and your orbiter community. I don't like you guys, right? I've never said I'm not part of your space, dude. Your space? What do you mean your space? I never even knew who you were. And people realize that about me. However, I haven't seen the returns I expected. I've watched people like Haas and Jackson start after me and surpass me in views and sub count through negativity and shooting takes from the hip. What? Okay, sorry. Well, what? What? I don't even know who this fucking guy is, okay? Is it confirmed that this is him? Yeah, because he posted it. This is his Twitter. These people are so, you know what these people are? This is like in high school when you first get a girlfriend and you're like seen with her and you're hanging out with her and like you're doing your own thing and you're not really in friend groups. You know, you just suddenly get a girlfriend. And then this random guy just like comes up to you and he's like, this is about me, actually. Who are you, dude? I don't know who the fuck you are. You know what I mean? They come up to you and they're like, I've been paying attention. Why? I got nothing to do with it. I've never had anything to do with you in my life, right? It's somehow relevant to you that I'm surpassing you, and I don't know. I don't fucking know who you are. Yeah, they're gonna start. This is what they do. First they laugh at you, then they fight you. I know the whole fucking story. I know the story, dude. I know what to expect. Don't be surprised if I get banned from everything, and we have contingency plans for that. If there's like a change where Russian disinformation is going to be banned, right? You could, we have, trust me, we know. Infrared.gg, by the way. Anyway. So the Ukrainian government took the Russian behavior in Ukraine for weakness, right? And now Russians are like, okay, that was a mistake. We're gonna ramp it up a little bit in Kharkiv. So Kharkiv is getting shelled. right? And they're not playing around anymore, right? They're not playing around anymore. Did you see this?
Right now, it's a...
What? What the fuck is this?
But right now, it's a critical time because we know that we not only fight for Ukraine, we fight for this new world order for the democratic countries. We knew that we are the shield for the Europe.
So, who's the guy who asked me, hey, why do you support Russia? Why do you support Putin? I don't know. Why does Carl Schwab hate him so much? Maybe you should think about that. Look at the reply. Okay, people are supposedly saying this was refuted. The UNIAN refuted this claim. Zelensky advisor adverse, it was my personal disinformation. Ukraine is not actually demanding withdrawal from Donbass and Crimea. Holy shit. So it was actually something that this guy said, but he was saying it was his own, it wasn't on behalf of Ukraine, it was just him lying. What? Kiev appears to be confident. Putin's reasons to sit down for talks are unclear. If Ukraine can withstand the next couple days, Russia may start to crack. And okay, so they're saying Russia may start to crack. Then look what's going on in Kharkiv, and now they're saying Putin's this big monster. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Well, this is what you're getting now on this is where it's gonna start dangerous for streaming. Because it's very easy, they're probably going to just show a bunch of like bodies everywhere and there's going to be dead bodies. We won't even know if they're real or not, but it's still going to be TOS, right? Ukraine, Russia latest. The International Criminal Court is investigating war crimes in Ukraine. Americans should not be worried about nuclear war, says Biden. 12 Russian diplomats accused of espionage expelled from the UN. That's pretty fucking unprecedented. They're expelling Russian diplomats from the fucking UN. Sounds pretty unprecedented to me. The US committed to pursuing accountability for human rights violations. Whatever that fucking means, the State Department. Microsoft detected rounds of offensive and destructive cyber attacks toward Ukraine. FIFA suspend Russian teams. It would seem if you looked at the whole world is turning against Ukraine, all this literally describes is the International Criminal Court, which is dominated by Europeans and America. India has 1.4 billion people. Or sorry, I don't know if it's 1.4. Over a billion people, and they have nothing to do with this. China has nothing to do with it. It's just literally just America and Europe, by the way. Not the whole world. But I guess that's the international. The international community is just the US and Europe.
Reports of
Jen Psaki. I have a really mixed relationship with Jen. I have a complicated relationship with Jen. So there's that. But she said Russia is using cluster and vacuum bombs against Ukrainian civilians. It would potentially be a war crime. If Russia is using what?
There are reports of illegal cluster bombs and vacuum bombs being used by the Russians.
She watched Vosh.
If that's true, what is the next step of this administration? And is there a...
Okay, you want to know why you can just tell these people lie about shit? How do you know they lied about Syria? How do you know they're lying about Ukraine? All you have to know is how do these people behave on Twitter? The pro-Russian sources are super careful to follow rules and make sure they verify the facts. Don't say things that could be... They don't want to be wrong. They want to tell the truth, right? The pro-Ukrainian sources don't give a fuck about the truth, right? And please, point to me significant examples of Russians, pro-Russians lying. Show me where RT is lying. Show me where the Russian propagandists are lying. You can say they may dishonestly be spinning shit, and they may be dishonestly, like, having a certain angle, but they never lie like the pro-Ukrainians just lie, right? As a Polish Marxist, I gotta ask, how can you be a Marxist and pro-current Russia? I don't think you're a Polish Marxist. I think subconsciously you're a Polish nationalist, and you are expressing your anti-Russian chauvinism and your pro-Western chauvinism through the lens of like this fence-sitting Marxism. Like, oh, well, current Russia is not ruled by communists, so that, you know, like, that's your nuance to this whole fucking situation. You're a Polish nationalist, dude. Just fucking own up to it. And by the way, if you just admitted you're a Polish nationalist, I'd respect you way more. But this LARPing as a Marxist and pretending to be neutral and shit, you're just confused. Just admit you're a Polish nationalist, and we can begin negotiations from there. Because I have to respect that. I have to, because how many Poles are there? There's tens of millions of Poles, and they're nationalistic, and they have their own geopolitical interest, I guess. So I could work with you, I guess, right? I can't work with these ultra-leftists pretending to be neutral when they're actually just, like, nationalists, right? And anti-Russian chauvinists. Like, the reason you're uneasy about Russia isn't because of Marxism. It's because of the long-held Polish nationalist sentiment toward Russia. That's why, by the way.
Red line for how much violence will be tolerated.
Just own up to that.
Against civilians in this manner that's illegal and
it's like how German leftists do the same shit, and it's not because you're a Marxist German leftist, it's because you're a fucking German nationalist.
Potentially a war crime.
It would be. I don't have any confirmation of that. We have seen the reports. If
this is how you can tell someone's a secret nationalist, right? They'll be like, okay, I have to renounce the nationalism of my country, but now you're supporting the nationalism of another country, and you have this like pent-up resentment where you feel like you're getting cheated, right? The truth is, nobody said you have to renounce being a patriot for your own country. Polish communists should just be Polish patriots. They should, right? You should be a Polish patriot. But being a Polish patriot doesn't mean you have to be anti-Russian. That's all it means, right?
If that were true.
I know German nationalists like Russia, but German leftists are the biggest German chauvinists there is, and they pretend not to be nationalists. But I know German nationalists like Russia. I know they do. The problem is that German Greens and German leftists are the Hitler type of nationalist, right? The German conservative nationalists, those are just patriotic Germans, right? The Greens and the leftists in Germany, yeah, those are the nationalists of the Hitler variety.
True, it would potentially be a war crime. Obviously, there are a range of international fora that would assess that. So certainly we would look to that to be a part of that conversation.
It's, you know what's crazy? It's like the U.S. is just letting pro-Ukrainian propaganda take its course. They're just letting it take its fucking course, right? Polish official reportedly gave a weird look and declined to comment when asked about jets. So no official statement from Poland, but Bulgaria and Slovakia already denied. The MiG-29 has 3 operators in NATO. Poland, Slovakia, and Bulgaria. 2 denied already. Is it true that Putin is way taller than you? Dylan Burns just said so. Is it true that Dylan Burns... See, if that's true, right? Dylan Burns has to lie about me. Guys, you know, your only cope is talking about my height. And I already destroyed your cope, because where is it? I have a measuring tape right here. I measured my height on stream and proved my real height. So I took away your only cope. Meanwhile, I don't have to lie about Dylan Burns' appearance. I don't have to lie about hypothetically overweight people. I'm not calling him that. But I don't have to lie about it, right? I don't have to lie about it. It's actually based on truth. And that's actually a microcosm of this entire thing that's going on. It's a whole fucking microcosm, right? You guys have to lie about Russia. You have to lie about all these Ukrainian victories. But the pro-Russian side, which is my side, we don't have to lie. It's like a perfect microcosm, right? These are fucking liars. That's all they know how to fucking do is lie. They're liars, right? These people are fucking liars. That's all they fucking are, right? Anyway, it's just a vibe. This is not like, see again, like they don't lie, right? They just tell the truth. The vibe is, the general mood among Donbass soldiers is that the Russian Ministry of Defense are geniuses. That's how they're interpreting it. Now, why are they interpreting it that way? Well, who knows, right? They probably know something we don't. Because of all the fucking disinformation. It never really works. Yeah. This is what I said too. People are like, okay, will the sanctions lead Russians to overthrow Putin? And I was asked that question too, but I used the example of Iran. But I generally don't know, right? Maybe Russians are not as loyal to their cause as Iran, right? Iranians are, because of the whole religion thing. So that's actually why this is a good moment for the Communist Party. I think the Communist Party could rally the morale and support of millions and millions of people because they have an ideology and something to believe in, right? Well, Putin also offers that in the form of Russian patriotism, but this is a very good moment for the Communist Party of the Russian, which is making really good headways among the youth, by the way. A lot of headways. Yeah, the restraint of Russian troops is Christ-like. Here you're going to see footage, and I'm not going to play it, but these Ukrainians are in a truck, and they just throw a Molotov at a Russian vehicle. Now, this isn't GTA. Molotovs, believe it or not, don't blow up vehicles, okay? If you've ever seen a Molotov get thrown at a vehicle, it could definitely lead to problems with the engine and stuff like that. But Molotov, it's not GTA. Molotov cocktails don't just blow up vehicles. It's just not how it works, right? Yeah, it's the heat and smoke that fucks up the people inside the vehicle. But yeah, if you throw a Molotov cocktail at a car, it's not going to blow up the car, okay? It's not even going to have a flame that necessarily lasts, right? So, yeah. Putin needs to be loyal to the Communist Party. If not, he needs to be overthrown. Dude, you're an idiot. You don't know how anything works. You have the mind of a child. That's a teenager brain. You have the mind of a fucking teenager. If Putin's not loyal to the Communist Party, he needs to be overthrown. What a stupid thing to say. The Communist Party is part of a popular front with Putin right now. Why would they overthrow him? Illegally and violently overthrow him. It's just fucking stupid. You think that's how revolutions work? It's not. Okay, I'm going to show you footage of a Russian convoy that is making its way toward Kiev. Fuck. Check this out. This is a Russian convoy on the way to Kiev. Pretty fucking big, if you ask me. Now, that's a real image. CNN image, right? Remember when CNN was sharing images on the border? Well, this is more clear, right? The Freedom Convoy. Now that's what you call a Freedom Convoy, huh? That's what you call a... Fuck. That's what you call a good old Freedom Convoy. I want USSR 2. You're an ultra leftist, dude. I don't know what to tell you. You sound like a teenager. Honestly, this is not the place to be if you're a teenager. Your brain will get fucked up. If you're a teenager, please go do teenager things, like play Fortnite or something. I don't know. This is pure speculation, but I imagine naval or airborne assault on Izmail, Transnistria, is secured for a pincer attack on Odessa. People don't really understand the Russian strategy here. A lot of people don't understand the Russian strategy here. They're like, why isn't Russia just taking Ukraine? Again, overthrowing dictators isn't how revolutions work. Can you point to me evidence of how Putin's a fucking dictator? Exactly how is he a dictator? Go ahead. Live AU map has been taken down. Live UA map has been taken down. It's no longer working. Hey, some news. Some news from the Ukrainian side. Oh my God. This is what it looks like to win. This is what a winner has to do, right? You can tell you're really winning a conflict and giving those Russians a run for their money when you need to have fucking prisoners fight. And you can tell morale is really, really high. You can tell morale is super high when you have to ban any men 18 to 60 from leaving the country. That's how you can tell morale is really high to fight. Does RT pay well? If RT offered to buy Infrared as a subsidiary, I might consider that. We could use those resources. As long as we can keep autonomy, which I'm sure they wouldn't have a problem with. Oh yeah. If we could get like professional editors and shit, that'd be great. Good production value. I love that. That'd be great. Oh yeah. So my good friend Caleb, my colleague I should say, Twitter decided to put the Russian state there's a new wave of action Twitter took where they're throwing the Russian state affiliated media. And why? First of all, I can debate this dumbass CEO of Twitter. How are you Russian state-affiliated media when this is literally Caleb's personal Twitter account? He's not speaking on behalf of RT. He just works for RT. But this is not an extension of that job. I mean, if anything, Caleb, it works for the Center for Political Innovation, right? I mean, not works for, but that's like what he independently represents because he's the founder and director, right? They did the same to a random Argentine news guy. Facebook is down. Yeah, Kyle Kalinske said some dumb shit. VODs got banned in Germany? No fucking way. My VODs got banned in Germany? LOL! Fucking LMAO! LOL! I mean, this is part of Vosh's plan. Is he's trying to convince leftists that NATO is good. He couldn't say that outright first. But he's easing them into it. He's easing them into, like, okay, let's sit down. You know what this is? This is dark. This is like when a groomer... Vosh is literally... it's like a groomer, right? It's like when a groomer is like... Alright, we are done... You know, we're done playing Fortnite and talking about... Fortnite stuff and talking about... What do fucking kids like? I don't know. What do teenagers like? They're like, we're done talking about Fortnite now. And we're done talking about cat videos now. Let's slowly ease into... You ever talked about... And they did get into something really creepily sexual. That's what Vosh is doing here with NATO. Like, he's easing them in to this fucking... being pro-NATO, right?
So I get that those pictures, you're right to point out, were old pictures of him. He is down there though.
He's in the streets.
He's in the streets with the troops.
Right.
No, he's fucking not. Zelensky's not in the streets with the troops. Where the fuck did you hear that? He took a couple photo ops. Some of them were from April 2021. But sure, maybe some of them are recent. That doesn't mean he's fucking in the streets with the soldiers. He's a fucking actor. As a matter of fact, Zelensky might fucking be in Lviv or in Poland. We don't even fucking know if he's in Kyiv.
Right, and I saw some, right-wing people on Twitter saying, "Oh, those photos are fake, and there's no evidence he's even still in Ukraine." No, yes, there is.
No,
what's the evidence? Show us.
He's definitely in Ukraine right now, and his life is in serious danger. The Russians are going to try to kill him.
Based on what evidence? Wow, Russians really have to kill Zelensky. Why? Why do Russians need to kill Zelensky? What threat does the clown actor pose to anyone? Why would he have to be killed? Well, Zelensky, you see, he's just such a tough guy. You know, every story on Twitter is like the beta male besting the alpha male. And it's just cope. That's what this is. They're like, see, Zelensky's defying Putin. Zelensky's the real alpha. Putin's the beta, and Zelensky's the alpha. Chad, you're the beta, Chad. And me, Eugene, I'm the alpha. Chad, you've always been the true beta, Chad. Eugene, leader of the computer club, I'm the real alpha. And that's all the cope about Zelensky going on right now on Twitter. That's all these people fucking do. Is cope. It's a bunch of soy boys fantasizing about being alpha males. That's why they support Zelensky, by the way. I love all these fucking Americans and like English speaking people. They're all like, I just learned a Ukrainian word, guys. Slava Ukraini! Slava Ukraini! Slava Ukraini! Slava Ukraini! Sunflower emoji, sunflower emoji. Slava Ukraini! Ukraine flag emoji, Ukraine flag emoji. Slava Ukraini! Slava! Slava! Shut the fuck up, dude. It's so fucking cringe. Ukraine! Shut the fuck up about fucking Ukraine. What the fuck do you know about fucking Ukraine, Glenda? Shut the fuck up. You suddenly give a fuck about Ukraine?
You're SUNFLOWAH. I think your level be too much.
Thanks, sir. Yeah, Glenda, you suddenly fucking care about Ukraine? You don't give a fuck about Ukraine. It's a random-ass country on the other side of the world. You're just using the latest news cycle as a repository to project all of your Marvel Cinematic Universe fantasies about the world. Ukraine! Slava Ukraine! It's like the Avengers fighting Thanos all over again. Shut the fuck up. Slava Zucchini! Slava Zucchini! Slava Zucchini! Zucchini! Slava! I'm gonna make a tweet. I'm making a tweet. Tweets out here like Slava Zucchini. Hee. Sunflower emoji. Sunflower emoji. Ahmed! Allahu Akbar! Thank you, Roxov. Thank you so much, Roxov. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, man. Thank you. Sunflower emoji, sunflower emoji. Ukraine flag emoji. Ukraine. Shut the fuck up, Glenda. Didn't even know what Ukraine was 2 days ago. It's fucking that simple. Slava Zucchini. Oh, guys, it's the sunflower. Put the seeds in your fucking pocket. Because at least your sunflowers will grow on your dead bodies. Guys, what are the Russian casualties so far? Is it 1 billion casualties yet or no? How much Russian casualties do we have so far? It's about like 15,000, 29,000. The sunflower of Kiev killed 3,000. Every day they increase it by like 2,000. So what has it got to be, like 10,000 by now? Are they saying 7,000 now? It's over 9,000! Over 9,000! How is it not cope? How is it not cope? That's just my question. My question is, how is it not cope? It's over 9,000! What's the real number? Honest to God, the real number is probably like 400. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm not going to guess. No, the real number, probably like anywhere from like 100 to 500, probably, right? I could see that. It depends if you really... Honestly, it depends if you include the Donbass. If you include the Donbass, yes. But if you don't include the Donbass, oh God, much, much less. Right? Much, much less. We have a really genius. So this is a video of Ukrainian citizens or hooligans getting in a car, throwing a Molotov at a vehicle. And this guy, oh, D. Johnny B, this is a really good military expert. Put those guys on an off-road motorcycle, quicker, more flexible, difficult to stop and catch. After seeing an episode of Narcos last Saturday about the style of sicarios on motorcycles, I was thinking this. This could be an effective strategy for hashtag Ukraine. Make this guy the defense minister of Ukraine right now. He clearly knows what he's doing. He watched an episode... Guys, he watched an episode of Narcos, okay? He knows what he's doing. This guy had a good idea. This guy had a really good idea. This guy had a really, really good idea. Hashtag Ukraine. I don't know what this whole Ukraine thing is. See, I don't know what this whole Ukraine thing is, but everyone seems to be talking about it on Twitter. So if you want my 2 cents, what I think Ukraine should really be doing, get on some off-road motorcycles. Faster, quicker, harder to catch. You'll be able to get away with so much. This whole Ukraine thing. Here's what I gotta say about Ukraine. I'll tell you what about Ukraine. Now, to be honest, I didn't know what that word meant when I first saw it. Then I looked into it. It turns out it's a country. And they're fighting the bad guys, right? Well, I just watched Star Wars and they took out the Death Star. So what I think Ukraine needs to do is Putin's probably got a Death Star somewhere. And if you outmaneuver him and those TIE fighters, you can get right in there. Death Star goes kaboom. Putin's plans are put to an end. Hashtag Ukraine. That's what I think. What a fucking genius. What a literal fucking genius.
I don't know about that. I don't actually agree that they're trying to kill Zelensky. I wouldn't go. I don't think that they're trying to depose the government. But I do. You know, I thought, well, he was like in battle there. I don't. Have they actually stated that they're trying to kill Zelensky?
Okay, where did they state it, dude? Where did they say it? And this guy's name is Ryan Grimm. Is that actually the real Ryan Grimm? Who is this guy? He has a really smug face. He has the Pete Davidson face.
They've said that they have no beef with the Ukrainian people or with the Ukrainian military. Their problem is that U.S.-backed Nazis that are, illegally running Ukraine. So, I mean,
Yeah, but he's not even talking about Zelensky. Zelensky isn't the Nazi they're referring to, clearly. Zelensky ran on a platform of peace. What Russians have said is this: Zelensky ran on a platform of peace. He has no power because the elements that rule Ukraine are anti-Russian neo-Nazis. Zelensky's a fucking puppet. He's powerless. Yeah, he's a powerless puppet. Zelensky's a clown. All he does is pose for pictures, and you know what Zelensky reminds me of? There's like a movie where this fucking happened, right? Hey, Cheeks, you're a little bitch. How about that? You're literally a little bitch. Get in my VC. If you want to get unbanned. Keep fucking spamming me talking bullshit.
he has said that that's his goal. Whether or not it is, I don't know, but he has said.
I think they will try to kill him unless a peach is
Putin used to low-key tutor Zelensky. That wouldn't surprise me. Mike from PA says he could beat up Putin with his bare hands. Putin is literally a 70-year-old man, and I bet you anything that's not true. What else? So you think Putin is going to get into Ukraine and get rid of the neo-Nazi units that give power to Zelensky? Absolutely. Absolutely. Putin is the fucking... Putin was the KGB agent, and he used to be the president of the International Judo Association. I don't think Putin's a guy you would want to fuck with in a physical confrontation. And even if you could, I mean, has the bar gotten this low? Is it really the job of a head of state to personally be able to fucking fight? Is it really? Is it really the job of the head of state to personally fight? What is this, Star Wars? They should have a lightsaber and just duel in a fucking lightsaber? Fucking stupid. That's just fucking stupid if you ask me. That's just fucking stupid if you ask me. I know NATO's origins are Nazi. Alright. Now let me ask you guys a question. I'm about to destroy all of these coping libs, right? So if Hillary Clinton became president, should she be able to fight? Better yet, why don't we settle this President Biden versus Putin and see who wins? See if Biden can beat up Putin. Okay? First of all, you don't have to actually touch Biden to win. Can I talk about this? He's the president. All I'm saying is that I feel like in a fight, if Biden got into a sanctioned fight, I'm talking about a sanctioned fight, all you would literally have to do is walk out of the ring and just be like, "Hey, Biden, over here!" And he's like, "Huh?" And he'd walk off the ring and just fall on his face. No, you just keep him walking, following you, and then walk down the stairs. Stairs. That's all you need is stairs. He'll just fall down hypothetically. I'm talking about I'm talking about a video game. I'm talking about a video game that perfectly replicates the physical capabilities of individuals, not real life. Like a simulation of real life, right? And a simulation of real life that's created in a video game. I'm pretty sure Putin would best any world leader you could think of, with some exceptions. It's so fucking stupid. I mean, every liberal would admit FDR was a great president, right? FDR was paralyzed from the waist down. So, okay. Let me ask these people a question. Hey, Vosh. I have a direct challenge for Vosh, hypothetically, right? Vosh was like, Putin, if you're so tough, surely you should be able to fight Zelensky one-on-one on the ground. Okay. So in a fight between Adolf Hitler and FDR, who would win? Who would win between FDR and Hitler? Probably Hitler, because FDR was paralyzed from the waist down, right? Does that mean Hitler's better than FDR? It's just stupid. It's just fucking stupid. Yeah, it's such a weird point. It's so stupid. It's Vosh logic. Show me what fucking Mike from PA said so I can look at it directly. Show me what he actually said directly, because that's funny. It's honestly fucking funny.
BBC is claiming that this...
Hold on, Dylan Burns is literally covering this shit. Let me see.
This is...
Just betting it so there's no TOS.
Четкие мои кадры.
BBC is claiming that this is...
Okay, hold on. Give me a sec. Let's finish this.
Peace is reached before it gets to that point, which I very much hope is the case and might be the case.
Join the Twitter space with Carl Za. I don't know if we're doing more Twitter spaces tonight, given what happened last time.
BBC is...
Oh, this is from Esha. Esha's cool, guys. We disagree with her about some stuff, but, like, ultimately, she's cool, right? She is cool. She defended Lysenko.
BBC is claiming that this is Ukraine taking control.
Ukraine claims control of Kharkiv after Russian attack. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. This is another disinformation being fucking debunked. Ukraine claims control of Kharkiv after a Russian attack, right? Right? Holy fuck. It's like Vosh and them, they read this headline like, okay, I believe it. I don't think Ukraine would lie. Putin's the liar. Putin reminds me of Haas. Did you guys know that Bad Empanada literally said that the reason Putin did this in Ukraine was because of Haas-like masculine posturing? They're literally projecting Haas onto Putin. And you're asking me why I'm defending Putin so much? Because they're literally reading Russia through the lens of Haas. Yeah, they are. So they're like, oh, this is like a test, right? If Russia's telling the truth here, then I've been telling the truth, right? If they're wrong about Russia, they were wrong about me too. It's that fucking simple.
Of Kharkiv after a Russian attack. This is pure misinformation. Here is the man who took the video in the first place.
BBC мою картинку с Киевского района выдают, как будто это в Харькове мы попали в здание. Вот. Это мои кадры, сейчас покажу. Вот они, мои кадры.
It's a video he fucking took! Let me make sure there's no TOS. Yeah, there's no TOS. It's fine.
Калибром 152 миллиметра. Это адрес Миронова 5, Киевский проспект. В общем, побито более 10 домов. Но этот пострадал больше всего. Просто вот он, четкие мои кадры.
You guys know how much fucking crazy fake news the West is reporting? It's literally insane. Yeah, Ukraine holds back Russia at border. Ukraine holds Russia at Donbass. Ukraine holds back Russia outside Kharkiv. Ukraine holds back Russia on the road to Kyiv. Ukraine holds back Russia on the border to Poland. Yeah, they keep fucking coping. Ukraine keeps holding Russia back closer and closer. It's so weird how, like, Ukraine keeps holding Russia and back closer and closer to its capital. It's pretty crazy. They're beating the Russians. They're just beating them while getting closer and closer to their capital. Interesting.
Так ты у нас и для BBC работаешь.
Ну да, и, видимо, в Харькове. На полставки.
The fucking fake news lying British fucking media. Oh, yeah, the Ukrainians are advancing against Russian invaders in the opposite direction. And it's all part of a plan. It's all part of a beautiful plan. It's all part of a beautiful, very well thought out plan. Okay? Successful skirmish 10 miles outside Kiev. Successful skirmish with Russian forces 5 miles from Kiev. Successful skirmish with Russian forces 1 mile from Kiev. Wow. Wow, wait, what? The head of Dagestan, Sergei Melikov, expressed condolences to the family of a Russian officer and a native of the Republic who died during a special operation in Ukraine. He blew himself up with a grenade surrounded by Ukrainian soldiers. We need to confirm it, but this is what ASB is saying. We should confirm it, but that's brave. That's brave. Rest in peace. I repeat, blue-checked account run by the Ukrainian government and representing the Ukrainian armed forces is claiming that Ukrainian pilots will be flying combat missions from the territory of Poland. If true, this is pretty much an act of war by an EU country. An official account with the armed forces of Ukraine claims that Ukrainian pilots will be flying, because Ukraine wants to draw Europe into this because they don't have a fucking chance by themselves. So they're trying to drag Europe into their war. And then Poland is like, wait a second. Wait a second. Ukraine's out here like, Ukraine this whole time has been out here. They've been like, yo, fuck you, Russia. I don't give a fuck, Russia. We're gonna win this shit. Yeah, Putin, we're not gonna negotiate. Me and my friends are gonna jump you, Putin. Me and my friends, Poland, America, and then Slovakia. And they're like, huh? No. I mean, listen, Ukraine. I mean, we're cheering you on, bro. But we're not gonna. No, man. Our whole gang's rolling up. But wait a second. Like the look on Poland's face as Ukraine is picking fights on its behalf. Poland's like,
thank you for countering the COINTELPRO.
You said I was gonna get involved. Oh no, I mean, I'm busy today. But sorry, Ukraine. I mean, you got to fight this one out by yourself. Watch this clip.
What's up, bro? Hello? Yo. Motherfucker.
Why would you link that to me? It's kind of cringe making a comedy out of a war. Alright, we should just cry. This is fucking media, dude. It's kind of cringe that there's media at all, isn't it? Yeah, did you guys see? This is like probably the worst one. Like they shared this video and she's literally speaking Arabic in the video. And they said this is a little girl trying to stop Russian soldiers. Pray for Ukraine. Thank you, Nero, so much, bro. Appreciate you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. This has got to be like the worst one by far. Finn, I don't care about Finn Bull's. Let's see Finn Bull's video about Ukraine. Hello, guys. Finnish Bolshevik here. Hello, guys. Finnish Bolshevik here. As usual, the world is wrong, and the problem is a lack of understanding of Marxism-Leninism. Putin is bad, Ukraine is bad, everyone is bad except me.
Hello, comrades.
Alright, what does he have to fucking say?
Based. Hello, comrades. It's the,
The
Finnish
based
Bolshevik.
guys are winning.
Thank you, Black War Ghost.
Hello, comrades. It's the Finnish Bolshevik. I'm sure you all know by now what's been going on in Ukraine. The situation is very serious, and even though I don't have anything particularly unique to say about this, I think, I still figured that I should quickly put this out and comment on what's going on. This dude reporting the
he's
statement of Communist and Workers' Parties called No to the Imperialist War in Ukraine, which I will link in the description. It puts a lot of the blame on the Western imperialists because they are basically the ones who started this, but they also make it perfectly clear that Russia is not really acting in the so-called best interest of Ukrainians, or because they're some kind of anti-imperialist or anti-fascist power or something. Russia is an imperialist power, just like the EU and just like NATO and the US are. Lenin's main...
That's literally what I predicted. Hello, comrades. It's the Finnish Bolshevik. Everyone is bad except me. That's all he fucking... Every news thing, anything. That's all it's gonna fucking be. That's literally what it amounts to. Slava Zucchini! Slava Zucchini, guys! Alright, let's check this out. Israeli man shot dead as convoy escaping Kiev comes under mistaken Ukrainian fire. This is like, I'm hearing a lot of these stories too, of Ukrainians mistaking and shooting civilians, shooting each other. No fucking way, breaking news. Czech Republic, the Democratic Czech Republic. For public support of Russia's actions, expressed online or any other space, you will face prison for 1 to 3 years. We monitor cases of online comments expressing support for Russia. Democratic Czech Republic sticking it to the authoritarian Russians. Defending sacred democratic liberties such as free speech by jailing people for saying things you disagree with for 3 years. There you go. Unbelievable. Yeah, the Eastern European countryside is very pro-Russia, pro-Soviet, yeah. Check to make sure it's true, just to be sure. If it's wrong, I'll say it's wrong. There's precedent for that shit. There's precedent for that. They're still coping about fucking Ukrainian victories and Russian losses. They're still fucking coping with it. Holy shit.
Approximately one.
We have updates from Russell Bentley, so I want to see some updates from Russell Bentley. Putin will never stop himself.
Welcome back to Unfiltered, the Fox News on Unfiltered. Olena, please describe to us what you're feeling right now. How close are these Russian forces to your location? What's the situation like?
They are pretty close, but they are not yet in my neighborhood. So my army, my comrades, my men and women, they protect us here. But what I'm saying that I was just listening to your show.
I love how Fox News just brings on like random people.
Oh, and I was feeling myself here like in the bad comedy. Don't look.
I like how Fox News just brings on like random fucking people just to talk about anything.
Watch this comedy. Now, like the end of the world is coming, a big asteroid is falling, and we are discussing something like potential theoretical dangers to Americans and the other countries, which is now like the end of the world. Myself, I was just listening to they protect us. Army, my and horrified here. Are you afraid to provoke like more?
Ukrainian mom's emotional plea from a bomb shelter. This is now the fucking narrative. The narrative used to be the Ukrainians are beating them back. Now the narrative is, please help us, SOS. It's literally what I just told you. Alright, we got a war update from Mr. Russell Bentley from Texas. Russell Bentley is a Texan who went to fight in Donbass on behalf of anti-fascist forces. Let's see, we have an update from Mr. Russell Bentley. Let's check it out.
Stand up. Сейчас работа. It's Tejas on the front line with the denazifiers and liberators of Ukraine. These guys are tough, these guys are ready, and there's plenty of them. So far, Russia has used about 10% of its military power, and we're getting ready to bring the hammer down.
10% is actually a lot. I thought it was like 1 to 5. But 10 is kind of a lot. So, but yeah, it's only been 10%.
These guys are going to save and liberate all the good people in Ukraine, and the bad people, boom, kick their ass.
All right, and Russell has never lied about the events, by the way. He predicted everything. Russell said Russia's coming in to get rid of the neo-Nazis before anyone said anything, right? So he predicted that. He knew that. And according to him, they're really putting the hammer down now. And why this makes sense is, guys, if you remember the video we watched yesterday, so if you need a breakdown of what's happened, right? Russia so far has been doing the following strategy. They want to take, not destroy. They don't want to destroy Ukraine. They don't want to destroy infrastructure, military or civilian, but especially not civilian. So when the Russians have been encountering Ukrainian forces, they've been leaving. Not because they're in retreat, because the Ukrainian soldiers are giving them hell, but because they want to minimize all casualties and they just want to surround. So they'll leave and they'll just surround you. They'll just keep you surrounded. Right? You remember that strategy, right? So they were doing that because Putin was still betting on negotiations. Maybe Zelensky and his government will come to their senses. And they did have negotiations, the results of which I don't think are public. Does anyone have the negotiations or the public result? I don't think those are public, right? I'm guessing the negotiations went south, right? Because negotiations went south, Russia is probably no longer convinced that the Zelensky government's going to cooperate or is going to surrender. So now, and the words of Russell Bentley, Russia's going to put the hammer down. And yeah, it's not going to be good for the Ukrainian government. They were taking Russia's strategy so far for weakness, and that was a big mistake. Russia's about to put the hammer down. Big mistake for taking that for weakness. That's a gargantuan mistake. See, ABC. Russian troops slowed by Ukrainian resistance.
Ukraine 5 days in, U.S. authorities tonight believe that Vladimir Putin was not expecting the resistance he has seen from the Ukrainians, nor was he expecting the U.S. and the West, that NATO would put up a united front quite like what we've seen. But tonight, a convoy of Russian troops, many miles long, now just 17 miles from the capital of Kyiv.
That was 2 hours ago. If that was 2 hours ago, how long do convoys take? So that was 2 hours ago, and it's only 17 miles. The convoy, 70, not 17. Okay.
And tonight,
you probably still have
horrific images coming in from Ukraine's second largest city of Kharkiv. Late today, Ukraine's president accusing Russia.
Yeah, this is where I can't show shit because they're probably gonna show injured people and stuff.
Of targeting civilian areas now, calling
goes 30 miles an hour. So the convoy will get to Kyiv by tonight. We'll be able to react to it tonight, right? The convoy should be getting there tonight, right? Or does anyone know?
It clearly.
If they're continuously moving, they may be stopping or something, but if they're continuously moving, they should be getting there soon, actually.
A war crime. The casualties are mounting.
Yeah, battle's coming. And maybe they're going to wait and have it beat for tomorrow, right? Maybe they're going to wait till tomorrow.
Children, and tonight here the new images.
I thought they were stopped or something. I didn't see any of that.
Fierce shelling in a residential area that's in Kharkiv, again the second largest city. Images from social media showing Ukrainian soldiers fighting on the streets of Kharkiv with automatic weapons and rocket-propelled grenades. The Ukrainian military saying this video shows their drone strike on Russian forces. But tonight, this satellite image taken just today showing one of several convoys of Russian military vehicles, one convoy alone now stretching 17 miles long, growing by the day, and headed toward Kyiv.
For public support of Russia's actions, you may face up to 25 years in prison. Democratic liberties shining bright in defiance of the authoritarian closed society of Putin. Paradox of tolerance. Fascism is okay as long as it's against people I don't like. Is this even true? I don't know. Why are you skeptical? Let's see. For public support of Russia's actions, why would it be made? Why would they make it up? Maybe it is fake, right? Slovakia. If it's not true, I'm sure ASB will issue a retraction. They always have. Honestly, 25 is not enough for a great democratic country. It should be for life. It should be minimum 60 years. Otherwise, how will we protect our democratic freedoms to use Reddit and play Xbox? Imagine going to jail. Imagine going to prison for 25 years. Russia has no equivalent law on this, by the way. Like, 25 years? Like, that's like a third of your life. 1/3 of your whole life spent in prison. Because you supported Russia. And by support, I mean you just typed the wrong combination of words. That's pretty... like, there's nothing in China like that. China might delete your post or ban you. 25 years? What? 25 years. $25. Guys, we have a beautiful thing Voss shared. Reportedly taken from a
The
dead...
paradox of tolerance.
So this was reportedly taken from a dead Russian soldier. There's no reason for this being a lie. It's completely true. Hold on.
The world has now...
Okay, we're gonna watch this first. This is from a dead Russian soldier. Mom, I'm in Ukraine. Here we are, have real war. We are attacking everyone, even civilians. They told us they would meet us with flowers. They block our forces and they don't let us go further. They call us fascists. Mom, it's really hard here. Oh my god. This is real. This is totally how people text, right? Mama. Yeah, this is totally how people text, right? He said mama. You know how you know it's fake? Because first they said mama, right? And then they said mom again. Stop calling your mother mom. She already knows who she is. That's how you know. Okay, here's the thing. I saw the Turkish thing.
Now another.
We're gonna watch that, but well, I actually got my own hands on Putin's cell phone. This is directly from President Putin's cell phone that I stole. I took Putin's cell phone while he was sleeping, and this was reportedly taken from a dead Russian soldier who is in direct contact with Putin. So this is reportedly taken from the cell phone of a dead Russian soldier. Warning, TW, this is disturbing. Putin, stop! No, I hate puppies and I'm a big meanie. Why are you doing this? Some men want to see the world burn. This is real, by the way. And if you deny this, if you deny this is real, you're a Putin shill. You're a fucking Putin shill. If you deny that this is real and you deny the legitimacy of this, you're a fucking Putin shill. Okay? This is 100% real. This is 100% real. This is 100% real. And if you deny this, you're a fucking shill. You're a shill of the fucking Putin. How does Putin's boot taste? You fucking authoritarian shill? You fucking fascist? You authoritarian fascist shill? How does Putin's boot taste? Oh, you're gonna deny this is real? But it says I fake text message. No, it's real. This is real. Okay, don't you dare question our narratives. It's all real. It's all correct. There's no lies. It's all correct. It's very plausible, very believable. Okay? You're hurting Ukraine's morale, okay? You're hurting Ukraine's morale right now. You have to stop. You're hurting their morale. Okay? You are hurting the morale of Ukraine. You're hurting their morale. This is not the outcome we sought to prevent, said the U.S. State Department. What?
The world has now witnessed that Putin has made a choice. He rejected diplomacy, he has chosen war, and President Biden has announced our response. To be clear, this is not the outcome we wanted. This is not the outcome we sought to prevent.
I know it's not the outcome you sought to prevent. What?
The world has now witnessed that Putin has made a choice. He rejected diplomacy, he has chosen war, and President Biden has announced our response. To be clear, this is not the outcome we wanted. This is not the outcome we sought to prevent.
Oh my god, CPUSA soying to the max. They had me blocked, dude. They have me fucking blocked. Just post the fucking picture. Yeah, they have me blocked. I don't got time for this fucking dumb shit. They're fucking stupid.
Today, there were talks, a delegation from Ukraine arriving at the border with Belarus, meeting with the Russians for 6 hours, agreeing only that they will meet again. While in Ukraine, President Zelensky signing an application for immediate membership in the European Union and asking for a no-fly zone over Ukraine. What the White House is saying about that tonight. And the U.S. and a host of other nations taking more steps to freeze Russian assets, even traditionally neutral Switzerland, no longer neutral. The impact already being felt in Russia tonight.
Are you debating Richard Spencer on Wednesday? Yeah. And I'm debating Dylan Burns and Destiny on Thursday.
Long lines for cash at banks and ATMs there, the value of the ruble sinking. Vladimir Putin meeting with advisors today, blaming the economic crisis on the West, which he called...
Who else are you gonna fucking blame it on? Are you stupid? Who else are you gonna fucking blame it on? Oh, Russia's economy the ruble randomly just lost value. Not because of any particular reason, just because, you know. It just did. It just did for no fucking reason, basically. This is a Turkish guy. Biden's old tweet about Putin in fact-checking Discord. Don't designate Azov. What? Oh, we're learning that Azov is tolerant progressives and not Nazis.
Based.
That's fucking crazy. A deliberate rocket attack on the residential areas of Kharkiv, carried out amid the Russia negotiations, has caused dozens of deaths, goes to local reports. Yeah, so apparently the remove all troops from Donbass and Crimea tweet was refuted. Zelensky's asking to join the European Union. Did you guys hear that? Zelensky, this is what he's trying to do. He's trying to do as much as he can to draw in Europe into this conflict because he can't fight it alone. If Ukraine is winning all of these marvelous and spectacular victories and Russian forces are totally ill-equipped and losing greatly, why is Ukraine desperately trying to get foreign states involved? Simple question. Zelensky's an actor, and he says he's 5'7". Now, since he's an actor, actors lie about their height. They add about 3 inches, right? I think actors add about like 3 inches. So Zelensky, actually, I don't know. I have no fucking idea. Who knows? Maybe these are just really tall guys. We both think they're just 7 foot. Is everyone 7 feet tall except Zelensky? I don't know. It's kind of weird. What a badass. Europe, please, come help us. We have blue eyes, just like you. Just like that guy said, right? Europe, please. Yeah, I saw they're sending people to jail in Czechoslovakia. By the way, I do not recognize the Czech Republic, and I do not recognize Slovakia. I only recognize Czechoslovakia. Czechoslovakia is the real country. Czech Republic fake, Slovakia fake. Czechoslovakia is real. Czechoslovakia is the only country I recognize. Czechoslovakia. Czechoslovakia is the real country. Europe, please accept us right now and declare war against Russia. We are doing so well against the Russians, but we still need your help. Because why? 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 Because why?
Now, in other developments, Turkey is closing its Bosphorus Strait to Russian and Ukrainian warships. Ankara says it's following the Montreux Convention, which allows such actions in wartime. Russian and Ukrainian ships can still pass through the strait to return to their bases. But the chair of Turkey's Vatan Party says there is...
Yeah, Ukraine is supposedly killing Russians en masse, but is still seemingly in desperate for help. And also getting killed by those Russians en masse. Yeah, it's pretty fucking weird. Clinton's like, Russia stole the election from me. I want to show you guys a map. Yeah, so the thing is confirmed. The thing from the Czech Republic comes directly from Czech media. It's Nova. Czech media, it's confirmed. But guys, you want to know what's pretty fucking wild? Is, okay, there's a few things I want to show you. So there's a map of Ukraine. Timmy, I hope you know I didn't read your comment. It was just way too long. Can you condense it a little bit? I didn't get to read your comment. Sorry, can you type it again? Can you give me another essay? Anyway, you're saying Ukraine on top. I agree. Ukraine is on top of what appears to be historically Russian territory. So here's Ukraine, supposedly. I think they're talking about the Ruthenians or whatever. In 1654. The Tsars gave them this. Stalin gave them this. Lenin gave them this. Khrushchev gave them this. So take away this, what the Soviets gave Ukraine, right? And you have this. Take away the Russian Tsars, and you have this sliver of land right here. Pretty interesting. This is Ukraine. Ukraine! 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 Slava Zucchini! Slava Zucchini! Zucchini Slava! Slava Zucchini! Slava Zucchini! Alright, there's more. It gets better. Well, actually, I'm just going to show you the state of the conflict right now. So this is the map in Donbass. Map of the situation in Donbass. This is the current situation in Donbass. This is where like all the major fighting is happening here. And most of what they're telling you about it's all happening here. This is where all the major fighting is actually happening. Right? All the major fighting is happening here. Okay? It's a 45,000 of the best Ukrainian troops in a multi-echelon line of defense they've been fortifying for 8 years. So this is where the major blunt of the fighting is happening. Yeah, I heard that too. Russia's coming from Crimea, from behind. Mariupol isn't Mariupol already been taken? Has Mariupol not already been taken? Okay, the map is back. Our beautiful map is back. So, Kharkiv. Yeah, the map is back. And it looks like the Russians are getting closer to Kiev. So this is the map. Russian troops are trying to storm Kherson. Taiwan sends 27 tons of medical supplies to Ukraine. That's really symbolic, Taiwan. It would be a shame if something similar happened to your country. They're lending a hand as a member of the democratic camp to the international community. Interesting. Where's Irpin? Oh, this. Apparently they're trying to say that a Russian attack on Irpin was repelled. Okay, well, it doesn't look like Russian forces are anywhere here. How were Russian forces repelled here? Where are the Russian forces? Okay, let's see. Let's just check. I want to see the source. What's the source? Oh, this is the source. Do you have a source? Is there any confirmation for this? Oh, the 46 likes is the confirmation. So this guy is really upset. Haha, little liars. Russia's not attacking unimportant Irpin, but already go to the south and cut Kiev completely from the west, from the east. Keep lying to yourself. Yeah, so people are already contesting this, but apparently we should just trust them, right? Let's just trust them. Russia got ambushed in Irpin. Is this the fucking ambush Dylan Burns fucking reported? Is this the ambush Dylan Burns reported? In Irpin, the Russians were ambushed. No, they weren't. They weren't attacking this stupid small fucking place. What evidence is there Russia attacked Irpin? What does Russia give a fuck about Irpin? There's a fire near the forest near Irpin. There's a fire near my fucking toilet bowl because I had Taco Bell, motherfucker. What is this supposed to mean? Fire in the forest near Irpin. Oh, that means Russians are there. That means Russians are there. It's gotta mean Russians are there, right? Isn't Russia just gonna encircle them now? Yes! Like, for fuck's sake, yes! That's all they've been trying to do. Russia's just been fucking encircling. That's their goal. Russia's coming here. They're coming from the east. You guys understand? Russia's coming here. They're coming to the east. Pretty sure they're coming from the west. Pretty bad. For the Ukrainian government. Oh, Ukraine has deployed Metal Gear. Holy shit. Well, Kiev is getting cut off. Okay, this river is getting cut off. They're getting cut off, okay? Well, how do I know they're getting cut off? Because Russia's literally coming from here, gonna fuck them over. It's gonna come from here, fuck them over, right? What the fuck? More Russian troops on their way to Ukraine in Kursk. Howitzer captured near Belgorod. By the way, this is a pro-Ukraine source. I hope you guys know. This is a pro-Ukraine source, if you didn't know. You know what's the weirdest thing about this map is that they're making it seem like Crimea wasn't already, like, Crimea is being occupied and it's red. Why is this even red? This is literally just Russian territory. Yeah, they marked all of Crimea. Why? That's their own bias. Kiev mayor said that Kiev is surrounded. If it doesn't come from RT, then it's a bad source. Actually, RT is way more reliable because RT doesn't even report on anything unless it's factually confirmed. The sources for this are just a tweet. I looked at source and it's a tweet. No footage, no video, nothing. No, nothing. It's literally just the guy saying it. Copium. Do you know what copium means, you stupid fuck? You want to look at fucking copium? I'll show you fucking copium. Here! I'll show you some fucking copium since you want to use that word. I'll show you some. You want to know what's copium? It's staging a video of a captured Russian fucking officer when it was a Ukrainian officer. That's fucking copium, my friend. Or, if you want to go ahead, and these are all just from today, pointing at a fucking video of a destroyed Russian tank and photoshopping a Z on it when it's literally from footage from 2014. That looks like some fucking copium to me. You want to fucking talk about copium? I mean, this is what copium looks like to me. Photoshopping Z's on footage from 2014 and saying it attests to some fucking Ukrainian victory. Shut the fuck up about copium, you fucking idiot. We clearly know who's coping. You had to make up the ghost of Kiev. You made up the ghost of Kharkiv. You made up the fucking ghost of Odessa, the fucking Ukrainian Reaper. Now you said the killer of Kharkiv. You made up the fucking Snake Island 13, who bravely gave their lives after saying fuck you to the Russian Navy. All you have is fake news stories. Every single fucking thing you said is a lie. Every single fucking thing you've said has been debunked. You said Russia's undergoing a logistical disaster. No evidence. You used evidence of Russia suspending operations on Friday because they were going to have talks as them running out of fuel. Then you used Russia leaving sites of conflict as example of retreating when it was the Russian strategy up until that point, until negotiations, to avoid all conflict. Now that Russia's actually starting to put effort into this and take their gloves off in Kharkiv, now you're screaming about a humanitarian disaster. Now you're screaming about a fucking humanitarian disaster and Putin killing everyone in Ukraine. Shut the fuck up, you flip-flopping fucking liar. You want to fucking talk about copium? I'll fucking show you your cope. Screaming into the void, thinking louder being right. Typical Russia supporter, might makes right. I literally just presented you with evidence of widespread Ukrainian disinformation, and you have nothing except talking about the word cope and meltdown. You're a fucking idiot! You're a fucking idiot! Thank you, Reaper. You want to know, guys? You know these nerds? You know these ugly fuck nerds in school that you remember? You know these ugly fuck nerds? They're also stupid. Every time you talk to them, they just have this blank expression. What? Can you think rationally? Do you have logic? Anything? No, copium. You're coping. Do you have logic or reason? No, I think you're coping. I'm going back to playing my Nintendo DS. What the fuck is wrong with you? Do you have a fucking brain? What is wrong with you?
Thanks for the 9 months of sanity. The moment I leave this stream, it's Coney 2012 by Bracklets. Now change profile pic. Welcome to your pod.
Yeah. I can't fucking believe it. It's like, you present them with reason, and what do they say? They're fucking NPCs. It's fucking unreal. It's literally unreal. They don't have any arguments. They have nothing. Oh, I'm the one coping, right? Then why? Okay, I'm coping, right? Why don't I have to lie? Why can't I just tell the truth then? Why don't I have to lie? Wouldn't it be coping to have to lie? Wouldn't the person who's lying have to cope? I don't have to fucking lie. That's the thing. That's the fucking thing. Like, why can't I just tell the truth? I can literally just tell the truth. So, what are you saying? I'm coping with just the truth? And you're, what are you doing? You're being sober and realistic with lies and fictions. Holy fuck! So this is TRT. More than 70 Ukrainian soldiers were killed after Russian artillery hit a military base in Okhitra, a city between Kharkiv and Kiev. So they're telling the truth. It's fucking insanity. It's literal fucking insanity.
Domestic disagreement over the move.
Both Ukraine and Russia are
Every time I see them talking about Haz is totally misreporting, but they've never given a concrete example. Haz is completely insane. He's losing it. Haz is wrong. Haz is wrong. How am I wrong? Just tell me how I'm wrong. Just tell me. Just put it out there how I could be fucking wrong about this. Go ahead. Make an actual fucking argument. Literally say anything showing I'm wrong. They don't even give any examples. They just say I'm like it's self-evident. How is it fucking self-evident? If I watched your streamers stream, any of them, Voss or Dylan Burns, I will literally debunk them and prove to you that they're lying. I will literally point out a bunch of lies. I will give you concrete meat and potatoes examples of how they're spreading disinformation and how they're lying. I've already done it with Voss. I'm not watching fucking Dylan Burns stream, but I could do it with his too. I could literally point out to you why he's fucking lying and how he's fucking lying, right? I can actually just do that. You can't do the same with me.
The coastal countries of the Black Sea and the Montreux.
No, my narrative doesn't need substantiation. Stop. You're ruining Ukrainian morale. Shut the fuck up, you fucking liar.
Convention is valid for both of these countries. Now, currently, from my point of view, it is not really clear whether we have a situation of war or of military operations or skirmishes. So once this situation is clear, it will also be clear which paragraph and how the Montreux Convention will be applied. As currently we don't have the situation of war, both countries, Ukraine and Russia, can take the passage through the straits to their according harbors. Of course, there is the position of the Turkish government and the position of the Vatan Party are not the same. As Vatan Party, we consider the NATO enlargement towards the east as a threat against Turkey too. Turkey officially and legally is not siding with Russia in this conflict currently. But as Vatan Party, we consider ourselves on the same side as Russia, as China, as Iran, as Pakistan.
When they say it lowers Ukrainian morale, it comes down to how their entire morale is built on false hope and lies. Yeah, exactly.
And all other countries of Asia, which are facing the same and similar threat.
Yeah, unfucking believable. United Nations holds general emergency meeting.
Tomorrow. We are protecting the UN Charter and the rules-based international order that is under
Who the fuck is this guy?
threat. Do we want our children's future to be the barbarism where the might is right? Do we want them to grow up under the unprovoked threats of the use of nuclear weapons? We have to act now. We are the United Nations. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Slava Zucchini.
I thank the distinguished representative of Croatia.
Oh, Croatia. Don't get me started with Croatia, by the way. Slava Ukraini.
And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Turkey.
I actually want to see what Turkey says. They often use the word barbaric against Russia. Yeah, but the way the Azov battalion behaves is not barbaric.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President.
How are you ignorant of the fact that Putin is bad? How can a good leader not be aware of the circumstances of certain decisions? Ruble gone down 40% with all the sanctions. It's affecting all citizens. You're talking about temporary bullshit that's going to be completely corrected by Russia and China's new economic partnerships and alternative currencies to the fucking petro. The fucking petrodollar is breaking apart. You're a fucking weakling. Can't fucking see the bigger picture behind anything, so you fucking panic because of this short-term bullshit. You don't fucking see how the international monetary system is being fucking replaced right before our eyes. You might think Putin is good because of the history and with sovereignty, but what you don't realize is Russian stock market is literally closing down and citizens are fucked with the currency. Maybe consider an economic perspective that isn't confined to fucking 1 week. Holy fuck. Maybe think about fucking economic perspectives from a fucking long-term perspective. Checked fact-checking for the solution to SWIFT. Where? I don't see it. You're gonna have to fucking post it again. You're gonna have to fucking post it again. Oh, this. So if you're panicking about the SWIFT payment system, I have something to show you. The cross-border interbank payment system. It's called SIPS. SIPS. Okay? SIPS.
Mr. Secretary General, we are here today
SIPS.
Because of an act of aggression against a founding member of the United Nations. An act of aggression that is unprovoked, unjustified, and unprecedented.
Shut the fuck up, Turkey. I'm sorry.
In recent history. It is illegal, it is illegitimate.
Shut the fuck up, dude.
And it is unacceptable.
What are you fucking talking about? But you can just invade Syria, right? We're going to talk about that? Are we not going to talk about that? Communist Party of Cuba. Cuba advocates a solution that guarantees the security and sovereignty in all.
The international community cannot and must not condone the changing of borders by use of force. This is one of
But you can do that in northern Syria.
The foundational principles of the United Nations. We can never condone the killing of civilians.
Put on the condom.
This is one of the main tenets of humanity.
But you didn't care in the Donbass.
We can never condone shelling of
I can get a condom.
Cities.
I will get a condom.
This is one of the main rules of international humanitarian law. Mr. President.
Your Stinger missile's not going to do shit. You don't fucking think Russia's already developed technology for your Stinger missiles after Afghanistan? Keep coping. Keep fucking coping about your Stinger missiles.
Russia's attack against Ukraine is a clear and grave violation of...
What's Destiny's deal, Prince Vegan? What's Destiny's deal? What the fuck are you talking about?
International law. It is an act of defiance against the rules-based international...
Why don't you accept Destiny's deal? What the fuck are you even talking about?
...system. It is an affront to the UN Charter. It constitutes a flagrant violation of Ukraine's independence, political unity, sovereignty, and territorial integrity. Only the Ukrainian people can determine their own destiny with their free will. Turkey rejects and deplores these unlawful acts
I fucking
that
clicked the wrong
threaten
thing.
regional and global security. We also deplore the recent escalation of the Russian rhetoric that entails a reference to nuclear weapons. We reject Russia's decision to recognize the so-called Donetsk and Luhansk republics, as we have rejected the illegal annexation of Crimea and call for its revocation. In the face of the ongoing act of aggression against Ukraine, we remain unequivocal.
If you lose the fight to Dylan Burns, you have to make a retrospective, but if you win... If I win, he has to fucking put my... I get to choose a picture, he puts it on his stream, his website, and everything for 1 year. Suck my cock, by the way.
In our sport.
You think what is 5,000 to me, by the way? 5,000? That's what I'm making this month. An extra 5,000, and that's for all that. Shut the fuck up. For winning, I get 5,000. For winning, I get 5,000. Shut the fuck up, you fucking dumbass. For winning, I get 5,000. Not even just parts of just winning. For winning, you give me 50,000, you little bitch. For how much shit you used to talk. for how much shit you were talking, you give me 50,000. Because it's proportionate to the amount of shit you were talking, and it's proportionate to how fucking wrong you were. Lau, you're afraid. You keep saying, first of all, you're a fucking vegan, which makes you a pussy by default. Second of all, you said I'm afraid. I've given Dylan Burns 2 opportunities to have a fucking fight, and he bitched out and fucking pussied out. So shut the fuck up and stop bitching to me about a fucking fight. That's fucking over. I gave him 2 opportunities. No excuses. No fucking excuses. You're an insecure caveman. And you're a word that I'm not allowed to say on Twitch.
For Ukraine's independence, territorial integrity, unity, sovereignty within its internationally recognized borders. Mr. President, several countries, including my own, have sought to facilitate negotiations, and we tirelessly continue to explore avenues of dialogue and diplomacy. Unfortunately, Russia has chosen...
And I'm not allowed to say it because it circumvenes the standards of good behavior. Of course, it's not a word that would be TOS. That's not the word I have in mind.
Once again, we call on Russia to hear the pleas of the international community and of its own people on the streets and stop its military operations, withdraw all its forces from Ukraine, and return
to the debate's happening Thursday.
Diplomacy and dialogue without delay. We call upon both parties to start negotiations on the basis of the Minsk agreements and security concerns of all. It is not too late to do the right thing. Turkey is ready to once again facilitate any effort in any format in the direction of a...
From Russian UN representative. Actual power in Ukraine, actual political weight is in the hands of radicals and neo-Nazis who are ignoring the president and have their own agenda. Russia's permanent representative to the United Nations, Vasily Nebenzia, said. There you go. Zelensky's not in charge in Ukraine. Zelensky is not in charge in Ukraine. Zelensky's not in charge. Russia wants massive amount of oil reserves in Ukraine. Is that what Kyle Kulinski told you? That Russia wants Ukraine's oil reserves? Do you fucking think Russia has a fucking problem with fucking access to oil reserves? Do you fucking think Russia has a fucking problem with oil? And they need oil of all fucking countries? That's like saying Saudi Arabia attacked Yemen for oil. Do you know how fucking stupid you sound? Russia needs Ukraine's oil? Really? When they give Europe 40% of its fucking gas, they need Ukraine's gas too? Really? Really? Russia has a fucking... It's literally a problem. It's called... What is it called? It's called the issue of surplus. They have too much fucking oil. They have too much fucking oil. It's about oil. It's on the US who wants to prevent Nord Stream 2, and they succeeded. With fucking Germany. Disney suspends film releases in Russia. Best news yet. Best news yet. We will ban this company from our soil too. Russian children, youth, teenagers, and even adults are now saved from psychological warfare. Beautiful news. Beautiful news. Beautiful news. Why? So they can have fucking American propaganda? Oh, GM suspending exports to Russia. Oh, no! Pentagon press secretary says the U.S. will not be setting up a no-fly zone in Ukraine. Uh-oh. 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 Looks like that no-fly zone isn't happening. Wah, wah, wah. Wah, wah, wah. Looks like that no-fly zone isn't gonna happen. Oh no! Oh no! The no-fly zone isn't happening. Wah, wah, wah. Russian column in Ivankiv. Where's that? So there's a column in Ivankiv. Oh, this is the one we already see, yeah. There's a Russian column in Ivankiv that's been filmed, and it's on its way to Kiev! We're on a great big convoy walking through the night, and we got a great big convoy. Ain't she a beautiful sight? Come on and join our convoy. Ain't nothing gonna get in our way. You know Russia has complete, total control of Ukrainian airspace? They've achieved total control of Ukrainian airspace. Thank you, Antonio. Your message did not read out. It said, fuck globalism and the Davos deep state agenda. Thank you. So they got a convoy that's coming from here. And I don't know how this works. I guess it's going to get to Kiev through this road, through this highway. Hassan is telling viewers to donate to Ukraine. Hassan's being stingy. Isn't it like every death is one... Every death is $10 or something. That's just not that much.
40, Yalta, Moscow, and Donetsk time. My guests today, old friends, Russell Bonner Bentley, Russell Texas Bentley.
Actually, we did not finish this.
Why something is happening the way
this was a good video. We should finish this one first.
Happening. It's not arbitrary. It's not by chance. People have thought through what they are doing. The Russians have certainly thought through what they're doing. The best that we can hope for is that the Zelensky regime fails in its attempt to wrangle in the Europeans and the Americans into this war. And the Zelensky regime collapses or flees or whatever. And Russia is able to take Ukraine in one piece without harming too many people.
Best case scenario. That's the best case scenario.
And that's the best that we can hope for. Or if not, the whole country will be destroyed. Millions of people will be displaced, hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions killed. And this is the exact same thing that happened in Iraq. Let's hope that we don't have a second Iraq.
All right. So, according to Pepe Escobar, the Soyuz Vostok gas pipeline, now being designed by Gazprom in partnership with Mongolia, will connect with power of Siberia 2, whose capacity is 50 billion cubic meters a year. Exactly the amount of Russian gas supplies to Germany via Nord Stream 2. So in a partnership with Mongolia, they're going to connect... what is the power of Siberia 2? What is that? Let's look it up. Pretty sure this is like a... It's a pipeline. Okay, it's a pipeline. And its capacity is 50 billion cubic meters a year. So Germany thought... Listen, you want to know what happened with Germany getting rid of Nord Stream 2? What actually happened, Nord Stream 1, is that it's going to just make Russia closer to China. Russia's like, okay, the Germans don't want to work with us. That's unfortunate. That's a shame. We're just going to work with China now. Good job, Germany! Nord Stream 1, not 2. Power to Siberia is Russia to China. Yeah. Good job, Germany! Great job. We are witnessing something where it just seems like the West has become incompetent. It just seems like they don't even know what they're fucking doing, right? And I can talk about the causes of that. But, you know.
From Donetsk. He's accompanied by our dear friend Alina Lip, who is from Germany and now will be reporting from Donetsk on what is happening. Guys, welcome to the show.
Hello, brother. Good to see you again.
All right. I'm going to be right back. I got to take a piss. I'll be right back. Okay? I'm going to piss. Holy crap, Lois. Crooked Hillary is giving her 2 cents on the conflict. Brilliant war strategist, Crooked Hillary. Holy crap, Lois. Brilliant war strategist, Crooked Hillary. Let me show you.
Remember.
Oh, Hillary is just fucking brilliant. Holy shit. She's fucking brilliant. Let's just see what Crooked Hillary has to say. She's fucking brilliant. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Remember, The Russians invaded Afghanistan back in 1980. And
yeah, I remember.
And although no country went in, they certainly had a lot of countries supplying arms and advice and even some advisors to those who were recruited.
Yeah, it's a 1-for-1 situation. Like, right now, Ukrainians have run to the hills. It's like, there's like a Ukrainian mujahideen going on, you know? When they're just handing out assault rifles to random... Yeah, it's like a Ukrainian mujahideen is forming. They're even calling the Azov battalion Ukraine's mujahideen, right? They're fighting asymmetric warfare, irregular warfare, urban resistance. They're going into the countryside and they're shut the fuck up, honestly. Like, what kind of comparison is this? You're comparing Ukraine, you're comparing Russia's special military I mean, people are fucking exaggerating. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Ambience, dude, thank you so much. Holy shit. Holy fuck, man, thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it so much, man. Thank you, man. But anyway, hold on. It's fucking crazy, though, is it's like, hold on, guys. Can you please not get it twisted and get confused about what the fuck is going on? This is a special military operation. This is not a fucking invasion like Afghanistan where they're just... It's so stupid. They're comparing it to Afghanistan? Really? It's a special military operation. You know what that fucking means? It's not just a propaganda word. It means Russia doesn't... It's not... Get real, bro. That's what I'm saying. You're a fucking idiot. You don't know anything about war. You don't. Russia's doing very specific surgical incisions into Ukrainian cities. They're not conquering all of Ukraine. This isn't like a full-scale occupation like Afghanistan. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're comparing this to Afghanistan? This shit is not supposed to last. I'm pretty sure sources said by Wednesday it's supposed to be basically completed, right? That's what I heard. I don't know. I can't verify or confirm it, but you don't even know the nature of this intervention. You think this is going to be like some long, protracted guerrilla warfare against Russians comparable to Afghanistan? You're an idiot. You think this is like Vietnam or something? You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Yeah, it's so fucking silly. You guys don't understand the nature of war. The Russian invasion of Afghanistan was to defend the Afghan government. So Russia occupied Afghanistan for a long time on behalf of the Afghan government. And they occupied it. They just stayed there. If Russia accomplished 1% of what they did in Afghanistan, it's already over. Because Russia doesn't intend to occupy Ukraine. What they intend to do is to neutralize the military and force the government to agree, and they're going to leave. They're not there to occupy it. Once you get to that level, you're on a whole different type of war. It's a completely different type of thing, right? What's going on right now, Russia went in, they're intervening because they're trying to get one thing done. They're trying to get one thing done. Force the government to agree to neutrality and to not host foreign weapons and to stop aggression against the Donbass. That's Russia's goals, right? As far as like changing Ukrainian society or forcing a certain government on Ukraine and forcing certain policies and forcing a certain agenda, that has nothing, they don't give a fuck about any of that, right? Afghanistan was defending the socialist government, right? So that it could carry out its land reform and the other things it wanted to do, meeting a bunch of Afghan resistance. That's what Russia was doing. It's no comparison to Ukraine. None. And if they don't do that by Wednesday, does Russia just leave anyway? No. They're still going to do what they're there for. But they're not going to be there as an occupation force for a long time. Hillary Clinton is a fucking idiot. Everyone who is... Look, I saw this Twitter thread that I want to show you that it just had me floored about how fucking stupid people are. Okay? I'm literally floored, just shocked. I'm actually shocked at the level of stupidity. So, Dr. Ian Garner is predicting... he's predicting it's going to get bad for the Russians, right? And his evidence is that Russia's narrative looks more like World War I. A detached imperial czar directing his troops in an abstract war against imperial opposition than an all-national effort of World War II, even under Stalin. Why would this be an all-national effort when there's no general mobilization? This is a special military operation. It's not a fucking all-national effort at all. Why would it be? You actually think Russia needs to wage an all-national invasion of Ukraine? You sound like a fucking idiot. This is what I'm saying. These political commentators are like, well, this war is basically like Russia's next world war. And the fact that, like, Putin isn't doing what Stalin did is really proof that they're really struggling. What? I wonder why there's no atmosphere of a general mobilization. Because there is no general mobilization. There doesn't need to be. Russia's not fighting NATO. You think Russia's way more invested in this than it actually is the fucking problem. You think the entirety of the Russian military is being put, and like, it's not even 10% of the Russian military is being used, right? But you have this idea in your head that this is like, Russia is fighting a life or death war right now. No, they're not. An all-national effort is when you're fighting a life or death war. What Russia's doing in Ukraine is a military operation ordered by the president. It doesn't fucking affect Russians beyond the sanctions and shit. And then look at this dumbass. There's no attempt to mobilize the people for a large, drawn-out war, or to soften up opinion or prepare for the idea that Russians are going to die. I wonder why there's no attempt to mobilize the people for a large, drawn-out war. Maybe it's because there isn't going to fucking be a large, drawn-out war. Is there something about living in the Western Hemisphere that rots your brain and makes you a fucking idiot? This guy actually just said, PhD moment indeed. His Dr. Ian Gardner is astutely observing that there's no attempt to mobilize people for a large, drawn-out war. Why do you think there's going to be a large, drawn-out war? Because you have a fucking stupid brain, you have a stupid head, you're a stupid person, and your degree is from stupid university. You literally just look at Russia doing something militarily in Ukraine. You just see, Russia's having a military intervention of Ukraine. This must mean it's an all-national war where they're going to deploy their Metal Gear mechas and they're going to deploy fucking all their missiles. No, that's not how it works, dumbass. You have a fucking rotted video game dumbass brain. You're a stupid fucking person who doesn't know anything about war. You're literally a dumb fuck who doesn't know anything about how anything works. I cannot fucking tell you how many of these fucking tweets I've seen of people predicting Russian imperilment in Ukraine because they're trying to hold Russia to the standard of fighting like this all-out general mobilization, national war. And they're like, it doesn't look really well for Russia right now. I mean, Russia isn't nuking Ukraine, so that means Russia's out of nukes. The fact that Russia isn't nuking Ukraine, Ha's overdosing on copium. Ashams, get in my fucking VC. We're gonna go factually. Fact by fact! And see which side is coping. Is the pro-Ukrainian side coping or is the pro-Russian side coping? Is this cope? Hey Ashams, you stupid fuck. Ashams, you stupid fuck. Is this cope? He's saying Russia's doomed because there's no attempt to mobilize the people for a large drawn-out war. Is that true? Is that cope or is that fact? Is that cope? Is this entire Twitter thread, is this not cope? Or no, that's not cope. You endorsed this, by the way, right? You endorsed this. And by the way, Ashams, stop promoting Russian propaganda. How about you start sucking my cock? Fuck out of my chat. I already saw Russia's statement to the UN. Have you heard of the book Foundations of Geopolitics? Yeah, I have. And its influence is over-exaggerated. Its influence is very over-exaggerated, by the way. But anyway, let's go back to the brilliant military strategist, Hillary. Crooked Hillary. By the way, guys, you know that guy Seth Rich? Just not related at all to Hillary at all. Not related at all to Hillary. I'm just wondering, like, you ever heard of that guy Seth Rich? He was interesting. I wonder what he passed away, unfortunately. I wonder why. But you know. Yeah, just completely unrelated, by the way.
To fight Russia. It didn't end well for the Russians. There were other unintended consequences, as we know, but the fact is that a very...
So she's trying to create the Ukrainian Taliban.
Motivated and then funded and armed insurgency basically drove the Russians out of Afghanistan.
So this is just like that. There's like this embedded Russian occupation of Ukraine that's totally happening right now, and the Russians need to be driven out of Ukraine in a very and yeah, it's such a wonderful analogy. It just works so well. That works so well as an analogy. So well.
Obviously, the similarities are not ones that you should bank on because the terrain, the development in...
Is it just the terrain, Hillary? Anything else besides the terrain?
Urban areas, etc.
Oh, is there anything except the geography that might be the reason why this is not comparable to Afghanistan? Hillary, I'll give you a few hints, right?
Is so different. But I think that is the model that people are now looking toward. And if there can be sufficient armaments that get in, and they should be able to get in along some of the borders between other nations and Ukraine, and keep the Ukrainian, both their military and their citizen volunteer soldiers supplied, that can continue to stymie Russia. Now, let's be clear that Russia has overwhelming military force. But of course, they did in Afghanistan as
wonderful. She's brilliant. We were robbed. She would have been such a brilliant president. You guys want me to tell you something? Can I tell you guys the truth? Biden is the best thing Americans have ever had because we just say, oh, the reason our president is a fucking moron is just because he's senile and he has dementia. But if he was younger and we'd have a smart... No, the truth is that almost every president we've had is a dumb fuck. If she was our president, she is literally a stupid person. She's actually just a stupid person. Okay? Will you shave your beard if Russia's still occupying Ukraine by April? Yes, I will.
They also...
Why not?
Brought a lot...
Yeah, I will. Hold me to that. I will. I'll shave my beard.
Of air power to Syria. It took years to finally defeat Syria in terms of the insurgencies, the democratic forces.
It's possible. Doesn't seem likely right now. But yeah, I'll shave it if they are there in April.
As well as others who battled the Russians, the Syrians, and the Iranians. So If you're fighting for your homeland, you're fighting for your family, you're fighting
Ukraine
for your ideals, that's far more powerful than sending in these poor young Russian soldiers who didn't even know where they were going until they crossed the border and people were screaming at them and they realized they were in Ukraine.
Hillary saying Russian soldiers on the border of Ukraine didn't know that they didn't know that it was Ukraine that was across the border. She's basically saying Russian soldiers on the border don't know the geography, that they were bordering Ukraine. Where are we? Where are we going? Are we going into Germany right now? No. Where are we going to Iraq? No. Are we? What is going on? Is this Japan? Is this Japan across the border? Where are we going? We're crossing into Japan. Where is it? Japan? Africa? Are we going to Mexico? We have no idea it was Ukraine across the border. I mean, this whole time we were on the border, but we did not know it was Ukraine across the border. We thought it was Mexico. This was supposed to be the American president, by the way. This was supposed to be the American president.
So I think we have to watch this carefully. We have to provide sufficient military armaments for the Ukraine military and
we are in Canada right now.
Volunteers, and we have to keep tightening the screws.
Okay. Hello, comrades. It's Finnish Bolshevik here. Everyone is wrong except me. Everyone is bad guy except me. Everyone listen to me. There will be no conflict at all. There would not be a conflict at all. The war in Ukraine shelling is
because my relatives had called me told, good evening, well, it's a bit calmer now, a little hush. Some time ago there was some shit going on. Quadrat said, I'm absolutely...
Yeah, there's too much gore in this video, okay? There's too much gore. The shelling of Akhitra was arranged not by the Russian army, okay?
27th of February today, and I'm sorry for the delay. It looks like the last 3 sleepless nights took its toll, and I've had a little bit of sleep today. Now, this reporting will be not a review of the events on the battlefront, though some very interesting events have occurred there. First, I'd like to tell you that the Russian army is already in the center of Kharkov. The city hasn't still been mopped up, actually, but there are no doubts already that today it will be cleaned out from the military men of the armed force of Ukraine who have installed there, hiding behind the non-combatants. My first piece of material today will be dedicated to the city of Akhtirka, where by all appearances, and I now have all the proofs to affirm it, it was the local territorial guards who have provoked the fatalities among the local non-combatants. They not only provoked the fatalities, they had arranged for them. Yesterday I made a piece of material about the accident in Sumy because my relatives had called me and said, what on earth is going on? How could the Russians fire at the city for no reasons at all? As a result of my analysis, I don't have any direct evidence, but all the indirect evidence shows that all that was arranged by the local territorial guards. And right after that, I began digging and delving on Akhtirka. And you know, I came across a very curious interview almost immediately. That interview was given by Mr. Shore, a local nationalist who had participated in the combats in Donbass in 2014 to the local TV channel Hromadske. Well, now that's what Mr. Shore told. Good evening. Well, it's a bit calmer now, a little hush. Some time ago there was some shelling, but now it's quiet more or less, and this is the Russian shelled. They were watching through the quadrators and they saw where they were firing. They brought down fire on the residential neighborhood. They brought down fire on Kievskaya Street. They brought down fire on Dachny Housing Estate. They brought down fire on a kindergarten, but thank God there was nobody here. They brought down fire on another kindergarten in a shelter. There were children and adults. They went outside to take some fresh air, and there are fatalities, and 2 children are injured severely. Please note, we see here just the same senseless pattern. They fire on the areas that don't have any military strategic importance at all. A kindergarten, a suburb of no interest strategically. But the most important thing that has been said, a shelling and the quadrator. Everything was coordinated through the quadrator. I'd like to draw your attention once more to Mr. Shore's words. People went in a shelter and then went outside to take some fresh air, and immediately there was a shelling. And here I'd like to add...
Yeah, this is too much.
Well, you know, the information war from the other side is in high gear. We're losing the battle terribly. I'd like to know from the two of you, And the rest of the world needs to know what is happening, first of all, in Donetsk, along the front or in the city of Donetsk.
Well, Alina's been keeping up great on the news here. I've been as I can. I've been doing a lot of interviews and stuff like that. What's happening here right now is that the main part of
Okay, what's the time in Russia? Russia time? Because I'm gonna bring Russell Bentley on sometime. Sorry, Ukraine time. Okay, it's 7 a.m. I'm gonna ask Mr. Russell Bentley if he would be available, like maybe at 1 or maybe like in 30 minutes. I don't know. I'm going to go ahead and send him a message. We're gonna send him a message. Let me just grab his email. I'm just gonna ask him like what his schedule is. I sent him a message to have him on. He was gonna come on in April, but that fell through for whatever reason. I was in law school at the time, so I was like busy or whatever. But it's the perfect time to have him on now.
Ukrainian army military force is still on the front line, just a couple of miles away. They do continue to shell our civilians and soldiers, but they have not made a major advance yet, fortunately for everybody. But in the last couple of days, they attempted to hit one of our biggest grocery stores with Grad missiles. They missed the store by a couple of 100 meters. They hit a house. The people inside the house were killed. I think 2 people. Last night or yesterday, they fired 3 Tochka-U missiles, which are the biggest missiles that they have. They're like 1,000-pound TNT warheads. They fired 3 at them. 3 of them at different cities in the Donetsk People's Republic. All 3 were intercepted and shot down by our air defense. But they're using their biggest guns, Grads, like they shot at the grocery store. Also, very serious weapons. The front line is still static. Our guys are still on the front. A lot of them are also working down by Mariupol, along with the Russian army. And but at this point, the main component of the Ukrainian army on the front line in Donbass hasn't made their big offense, and hopefully they won't.
So, Alina, what do you hear about the
air raid sirens in Kiev right now?
Presence of the Russian army? Have they not appeared in Donetsk?
No, we haven't seen them, but of course they're doing this military operation now mainly in Ukraine and not here. So we have here our own army, which is working already for 8 years, and the Russians are taking care about Ukraine now. So
okay,
no troops inside of Donetsk.
no Russian troops inside of
There are some here. There are some here now, mainly backing up our guys on the front. It's the small components. As long as the Ukrainians don't make any major moves, I think we and the Russians here aren't going to make any major moves either. It can change at any time. But yeah, it's true what Alina says, that the main operations of the Russian Federation military right now are against Kiev, Kharkov, along the Russian-Ukrainian border, and around Odessa and Mariupol. Mariupol is a combined operation with DPR, including Vostok Battalion and Russian Federation troops. They're meeting very, very hard resistance there. The Azov Battalion has set up very deep and concentrated minefields. These are covered by artillery fire, and once the guys start getting into the minefields, they get kind of where they can't move. You know, it becomes difficult to maneuver, and then that's when they start getting with the artillery. It's, you know, we have taken casualties. It's not at all like the 3,000 that the UCROPs are saying, but it could well be in the hundreds already on our side. The UCROPs are making propaganda videos showing, you know, dead Russian soldiers, and I think, you know, they're trying to use it to break the will of the Russian people or the Russian soldiers, and it's going to really backfire on them because, you know, up to this point, Russia has been extremely, and perhaps even so extremely as to be unwisely careful about.
That's what I've been saying. That's what I've been saying. They've been extremely careful.
Avoiding any kind of collateral damage. But, you know, these UCROPs keep showing these dead Russian soldiers, and that's only going to...
That's what I said. That's what I said to Vosh. I said that to Dylan. I said that to all those fucking people. You are irresponsibly showing all this war porn, and you're going to aggravate those Russians into taking the gloves off. And Ukrainians are going to get hurt.
Motivate Putin and Shoigu to take the gloves off and say, you know, if the Ukrainian army is near civilians, those civilians need to just run away. It is a fact that in Mariupol and in Odessa, that the neo-Nazis have sealed the city. They're not letting people, civilians, evacuate. They're even shooting them on the spot if they try to. You know, it's a very brutal situation.
And I've seen footage of that. I can't show it on stream, but I've seen footage of them shooting civilians trying to fucking flee. I've seen it myself, so I can confirm that's real. I've seen it myself.
These are real Nazis. They also include ISIS terrorists that are working with the Ukrainian army, and they're brutalizing the civilians. They're using them completely. They're absolutely their main strategy at this point is to use civilians as human shields and to create as much damage and death and destruction as possible any way they can.
Yeah. What are you hearing, Alina? Because I guess from what Russell said, you've been following the news pretty much. He's been so busy being a celebrity. What are you hearing about Lugansk? Are you hearing anything from Lugansk? Is it the same situation there?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, it's the same situation as here in Donetsk. For example, yesterday the Ukrainians hit a fuel depot. Yes, it's burning still. So there's also a lot going on as here.
What I've been hearing from several sources, and one of them a very reliable source in Russia, is that somebody, whether it's the self-defense forces in Lugansk or the Russian military, have crossed the contact line and have moved 30 kilometers into that previously held Ukraine territory. Have you heard that? Can you confirm that?
I would not only not confirm it, I would very much doubt the truth of it. It's not likely at all that that's accurate information.
Wow.
I mean, because understand that at this point, you know, we're still, you know, outnumbered 5-1 on the front, and that includes Lugansk. You know, it would be not only
5-1. I didn't know that.
Provocation for us to start advancing against the Ukrainian army. It would also be suicidal to try and make an offensive against dug-in troops that outnumber us 5-1. So I mean, I'm sure the source is generally good. Understand that there's a big difference between information coming from Russia and information that's coming from here. You know, I mean, we're not getting our stuff off of the, you know, VContact's chat page or something. We're getting it from the official sources, from the guys who are there. Yeah. I can say that there is an advance in the Mariupol direction.
Shave your ugly bird. This guy's really butthurt. Hey, tell your friends at Azov that Americans are not friends of Nazis, motherfucker.
Down south, but that's actually on the exact opposite end of the front from Lugansk, which is on the very northern tip.
Right. Well, as we alluded to, the psychological operation, the propaganda from the other side, Ukrainians are trying to portray themselves as victims and as heroes because Zelensky gave out thousands of AK-47s or arms and armed the general population. And now I've been hearing that there are firefights between maybe gangs, Nazis, and people who are completely untrained to use these weapons. Have you heard the same thing?
Yeah, we've seen the videos of them handing out, dudes in civilian clothes with masks, military trucks with cases of AKs, ammunition, 20,000 at a minimum 20.
Nazis won less than 2% of popular vote in the last elections. They have no representation in parliament. That's why the fucking Azov battalion is literally highlighted as the fucking vanguard of the effort in the Donbass and the fucking vanguard against the fucking effort against the Russians, to the fucking point where the Ukrainian National Guard was sharing videos from the Azov battalion of them greasing bullets with lard, which is pig fat, to fight Chechen orcs. But go ahead and keep fucking talking about how they're not significant in the Ukrainian government.
20,000, fully automatic assault rifles, and not like assault rifles like, the Democrats and gun grabbers in the States call it. These are real machine guns, military machine guns. And they've handed out at least 20,000 of them in the last 24 or 48 hours. And within hours of doing so, people were posting videos from Kiev from like upper floor apartments. And it sounded like, like the Donetsk airport in 2015, constant gunfire. And,
Ukraine has been at war for 8 years. They need everyone who supports their country to fight for them. They not only need the Nazis to fight for them in the Donbass to terrorize innocent civilians, but they need those Nazis to be at the vanguard, right? And they need to make laws prohibiting the criticism of the legitimacy of these extra legal militias, and people go to jail if they criticize them in fucking Ukraine.
Supermarkets.
If Putin cared at all about Nazis in Ukraine, he would stop invading the country. Why? Because you know what? I'm just reporting the facts. Putin's going to get rid of the Nazis in Ukraine. They're all going to be brought to justice. They're going to prison or worse. That's what Putin's doing in Ukraine. There's nothing, and I want to reiterate this, absolutely nothing you can do about it. There is nothing you can do about it. It gives you insight about how much Azov is in the government. This is the people saying Azov is marginal, right? Let's see how marginal Azov is according to this article. This is a pro-Azov article arguing we should not designate them as extremists or terrorists, right? Look at this. Azov, which clearly has an internationalist but not terrorist agenda, the intermarium. Remember that intermarium we were talking about yesterday? They want to revive the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Remember how we were talking about that yesterday? Would exist regardless of whether Adamoffin. And lastly, with its logos, Azov looks like a paramilitary behemoth. But it is more than that. A political party, a social organization, a business. But it is not a foreign terrorist organization. Let's look at this. Azov movement is a multifaceted entity which comprises not only the aforementioned regiment, firmly within the command and control structures of the Ukrainian Ministry of Interior, but also a political party, a paramilitary arm, a charity wing, discussion club, with its backers in the government in Kiev. This is a pro-fucking Ukraine source, by the way. It's not Russian propaganda. Let's see its backers. Last man standing. Look at this. This is from the fucking Carnegie. This is from the Carnegie Institute. The Carnegie Institute is fucking American globalist billionaires. These are the supporters of Azov in the fucking government. The people that really control the government that Putin was referring to, They've been training children. Watch from 2017.
Militias to battle the separatists.
This is a documentary about Ukraine's far-right children's camp, where they brainwash children to become fascists. And you're sitting here and fucking saying that the Azov battalion is, that's just 2% of the government. They're certainly not. Shut the fuck up, dude.
Being robbed. People are, settling old scores with their neighbors.
Hold on, give me a sec. Air live map just went down.
Or whatever. I mean, it's it's a real.
The live UA map went down for whatever reason.
Mad Max situation there now, and it was a criminally insane, stupid thing for them to do. Because
less than 2% of the popular vote and no representation in parliament. Oh, so you're saying what happens is that people don't openly want to vote for Nazis, but they're more than willing to actually use Nazis to exterminate Russians in the East. All you're pointing out is the hypocrisy, by the way. All you're saying is that they're hiding it. Less than 2% of the popular vote. So, that doesn't fucking mean they're not significant in the government. That doesn't mean they don't have significant support from the government. Just because they're not directly voting for Hitler's party doesn't fucking mean they're not powerful in the government. No, it fucking doesn't! Are you stupid? Okay, let me ask you a question. Let me excuse you. Is white supremacy big in the US? Okay, how much popular support? Which white supremacist parties are in the government? How much popular support did Adam Waffen get in the elections? You stupid fuck. They have support because they've been at war for a decade. What war, by the way? What kind of war have they been in for a fucking decade? That's like saying, oh, we have a big problem with alt-right extremism in this country, but the alt-right doesn't have any political parties in power, so that means they're not significant. Shut the fuck up, you dumb fuck. You literally said Trump's MAGA movement were all Nazis. Well, guess what? There's no Nazis in power. There's no Nazi party in power, so they have no support, apparently, in the government. You're a fucking idiot. You're a fucking dumbass. All they do is ban certain political parties. They ban freedom of association and freedom of the press. The influence is highlighted in this thread. Yeah, they're not significant in the government, guys. It's just that the government passes all these fucking laws glorifying Bandera and glorifying Ukrainian collaborator fascists. There's been a lot of discourse on the depth of Ukraine's Nazism problem, with one side arguing the small relative numbers of Nazis is proof the claim is without merit. Well, this is the elephant in the room. Take, for example, the openly fascist Azov Battalion. While Azov Battalion might make up only 1% of the total UAF, the degree to which the AB are both positively highlighted in media and placed in charge of offensive operations against civilians is much more important than the total number. In 2019, election results are also held up as proof of Ukraine's rejection of Nazism, with the Jewish candidate winning decisively on an anti-war stance. However, once elected, Zelensky continued to praise Bandera and leverage far-right paramilitaries against the Donbass. The Ukrainian people, while harboring some reactionary beliefs, like most post-Soviet countries, are not Nazis. However, the number of people with these beliefs is less important than the degree to which these Nazi elements are imbued with power by the state. You know what this fucking means, you dumbass? It means the fact that the Nazis don't even win 2% of the elections means that it's not coming from the Ukrainian people. It's coming from the Ukrainian deep state. There are elements high up in the Ukrainian government that seem to be giving these fucking Nazis a platform, even at the expense of the will of the Ukrainian people. You literally just gave it away. That's literally what Putin fucking said, by the way. Putin literally said, we're not against the Ukrainian people. There's elements that control the Ukrainian government. See, let me ask you a question. If they're so unpopular, like you just admitted they are, they only get 2% of the fucking vote, what is their relevancy? Who's propping up these unpopular Nazis that are being put in charge of all these offensive operations? Who's propping them up then? Isn't that an important fucking question to ask? Oh my God. Why are all the citizens fighting the Russians? Why are all the citizens fighting the Russians? Where did you get the idea that anything close to 10% of citizens are fighting Russia? What citizens? Who's fighting Russia? Zelensky had to get penal battalions from the prisons because of how little people want to fight the Russians. What do you mean all the citizens are fighting the Russians? Oh, you mean all the shit you saw on Twitter? I can promise you, all of the shit you saw on Twitter is a lie. All of the shit you saw on Twitter is fake news. And it's been proven as fake news. Why aren't they capturing the cities faster? Because up until now, they have literally been going out of their way to avoid all civilian infrastructure, avoid as much civilian casualties as possible, and even avoid, this is the cherry on top, even avoid as many military casualties on the Ukrainian side as possible, because they just want to surround and capture, not to destroy. So it's a very careful operation where when they're met with any resistance at all, they pull back and they don't fight because they don't want to kill people. That's starting to change now because the negotiations went bad with Zelensky's government. And Kharkiv is about to be taken. Kyiv is about to be taken. Odessa is about to be taken. Mariupol is about to be taken. All these cities are now surrounded. Kyiv is on its way to get surrounded. There's a 70-mile-long convoy on its way to Kyiv. Okay? Then why did they not manage to attain superiority in air? They attained total air superiority last night. Russians already attained full air superiority last night. They did achieve that. They achieved it last night. They have complete control of the skies. What, do you think the ghost of Kiev is still flying around on a broomstick or something? He's not, I assure you. I assure you that the ghost of Kiev is not on a broomstick flying around. I can assure you of that. I can most definitely assure you of that. This is also according to the Russian Minister of Defense, so maybe they're lying, right? Well, we'll see. We'll see who's lying. But they're claiming they've gained air supremacy over the entire territory of Ukraine. So they've gained air supremacy already. Well, the Ukrainian Reaper is down. The Ukrainian Reaper has fallen. The killer of Kharkiv has fallen. The Snake Island 13 turned out not to be dead in the first place. You have no fucking argument. All of your narratives about Ukraine have been all lies. All live. Denazification in Mariupol. Sorry, not Mariupol. Melitopol. I can't fucking open this, dude. Just put it in the fucking Discord. Put whatever you want to put in the Discord. I thought Twitter wasn't facts. ASB is correctly reporting on what the Ministry of Defense said. ASB is reliable. They confirm everything. So you have to either argue the Russian Ministry of Defense is lying, which they might be, but the source is accurate. But you have all these Twitter accounts called the Kiev Klansmen. The Ukrainians are totally winning. Shut the fuck up. The US has surrendered and are withdrawing their PSYOP forces from Russian territory. Disney, Warner, and Sony halt the release of films in Russia. Okay? Nobody wants your shitty fucking films. Nobody wants your shitty fucking films. That they could just pirate them. If they really wanted them, just fucking pirate them anyway. Who's gonna pay for your shitty films anyway? By the way, not a lot of people have been talking about this, but I think it's a really good idea. I think it's a really good idea, actually. I think Russia should unleash its biggest weapon yet economically and do what China has done. Russia needs to abscond and forfeit. I really worry about what Putin said involving nukes. Is that really something to worry about? Well, I'll tell you what. If NATO gets involved, there's going to be nukes. As long as NATO's not involved, there's no threat of nukes, okay? But anyway, guys, this really needs to be pointed out. A lot of people have been talking about this. Economically, you want to know one of the biggest things Russia can do to fuck the West up? And I mean fuck them up. Russia needs to withdraw from the recognition of any intellectual property. All IP banned. Russian movie theaters playing movies they have no right to through copyright. Completely withdraw from all international copyright laws. I need to talk to Russians. Can I talk to Russians? Can I talk to Russians? Because I think they need to, like, I want this to know. I want, like, Putin to know about this. I want Putin to know about this. Please, in retaliation, look, just withdraw from the international copyright thing, right? Withdraw from the Berne Convention. Yeah, withdraw. Withdraw from UNESCO, all that shit. Withdraw. Withdraw from the Geneva phonograms. Withdraw from the treaty with the EU you had. Withdraw from the Berne Convention with the US. Withdraw from the Rome Convention. Withdraw from all of that. Withdraw from WIPO. Completely get rid of the copyright thing, right? Withdraw. Withdraw from this whole thing. Withdraw from the UCC and the whole thing. And you will fuck up the West. Imagine if Russia just starts giving people free digital copies of all Western media. Okay, let me just give you a scenario. Imagine if Western corporations suddenly lose all access to the Russian market. Imagine if Russia just starts giving everyone free copies of Windows, free copies of Apple software, free copies of all software, free video games on the whole Steam store cracked. All Steam games for free. All video games, all movies, all TV shows, all streaming services, everything. What would the US do? How would they block them? How would they? What the fuck would they do? Imagine if Russia just gives its people all access to all digital property. All digital property. Adobe software, editing software, everything. Imagine if Russia fucks the media market. The same market that's waging an info war against them in the West. Can someone, any Russians, tell every Russian you know. Tell them about this fucking idea. I want someone to get this ball rolling. Just They're doing all this economic bullshit. Withdraw from all international copyright laws. They already do that. Well, I'll put it this way. Russian domestic movie theaters playing the movies that were either leaked or cracked from the Pirate Bay early. What would the West do? What could they do? What could they do? You are so bourgeois, movies don't feed people. Hey, dumbass. Hey, dumbass. Ron Johnson, you fucking dumbass. Guess what? Russia's still going to do its real meat and potatoes economic building with China, but to soften the blow, the least they could do is fuck over the US media companies and just withdraw from the recognition of all international copyright laws in their sovereign capacity. They should fuck over the internet treaties, tear up the internet treaties, and completely rework their relationship to cyberspace. You know, I know it's already widespread to pirate shit in Russia, but imagine if it starts getting official platform support. Hey, I didn't even read your comment, little bitch. I didn't even read your comment. Your comment was not read. I just banned you. Better luck next time. Better luck next time. Now, what if Russia just started stealing iPhone, right? What if Russia just started making its own iPhone, stealing all of Apple's intellectual property? And, okay, what if Apple can't sell its products to Russia anymore? What if Google can't sell its projects to? What if Samsung can't do that, right? What if Russia just starts having domestic Russian manufacturers copy everything they do and sell them to Russians domestically? I don't know. It seems like there would be a really big blow to the West if they did that. You know, this is like a weapon no one talks about. This is like one of the biggest economic weapons Russia can use. One of the biggest economic weapons Russia can use right now is about intellectual property. Fuck Microsoft over, fuck Bill Gates over, fuck them all over, right? No one talks about this, by the way. Nobody talks about this. And it'd be so easy to talk about, right? Imagine if India did that. Imagine if everyone did that, right? What about the Wagner group? You stupid fuck. Wagner's not from the fucking Russian government, dumbass. And what about the Wagner group, by the way? What about them? Because they're named after Richard Wagner? What about the Wagner group is so evil? Supposedly. They're not Russian government. They're a private mercenary group. But what about the Wagner group? They're neo-Nazis? How? Because they're called Wagner? The Wagner group is full of neo-Nazis and they're trained. That's a private contractor organization. Yeah, Azov is part of the Ukrainian National Guard. Its founder was a Nazi cringe stan. The adoration did not make it into their ideology as an org. Yeah, he was just a fan. He was like a weeaboo, but for Germany. Okay? Doesn't mean he's engaging in neo-Nazi violence like the Azov is. Doesn't mean they're actual fucking neo-Nazis like the Azov battalion. The chief of police for the Kiev region was a deputy commander of the Azov battalion, and they're saying the Azov battalion is fringe. But yeah, and it's like they admitted the Azov battalion isn't even popular, proving that this isn't coming from the Ukrainian people, but elements that control the government that are empowering these neo-Nazi Azov elements, right? He is a Nazi? How is he a fucking Nazi? I don't think... How is he a Nazi? By the way, if just liking Wagner makes you a fucking Nazi, everyone playing Elden Ring is a Nazi. Because guess what? You know fucking Elden Ring is literally about Wagner's operas? You know that, right? You know Elden Ring is about the fucking Wagner's fucking play, The Ring. You know that? So you're a Nazi if you play Elden Ring. You're a Nazi if you play Elden Ring. Because Wagner equals Nazi, right? Just because Hitler liked Wagner a lot. I know Zizek likes Wagner. Everyone's a Nazi! Nazi! Everyone's a fucking Nazi!
The other day, Kinzinger posted images on Twitter of a Ukrainian air ace called the Ghost of Kiev. He downed Russian MiG.
No, Tucker's talking about it! Yay!
Just the other day, Kinzinger posted images on Twitter of a Ukrainian air ace called the Ghost of Kiev. He downed Russian MiGs left and right. Well, it turns out the whole thing was a hoax, but of course Adam Kinzinger had no idea because he knows nothing. Quote, the Ghost of Kiev has a name, and he has absolutely owned the Russian Air Force, he tweeted. Imagine a sitting member of Congress tweeting about a war like it's a cable news segment. He absolutely owned the Russian Air Force. Really? Get some respect. People are dying, buffoon. Kinzinger then attached...
That's Sam Hyde. Shut the fuck up. Is that actually Sam Hyde? Dude, what? What the fuck?
An obviously photoshopped image of the comedian Sam Hyde sitting in the cockpit of a fighter jet. Sam
It's a sitting member of Congress.
Hyde, for the record, is not a Ukrainian fighter ace. He is once again a comedian. That was Adam Kinzinger. These are the people pushing us toward a new world war.
What the fuck? I need to see the full fucking one. I need to see the full segment. No, I need to see the full segment.
Why?
All right, we're gonna watch that after, but
Good evening and welcome to Tucker Carlson tonight. Happy Monday. No sane American approves of what Russia has done in Ukraine. We certainly don't, and we don't know anyone who does. On Twitter, you see Democrats pretending that their political opponents are responsible for the invasion and somehow support it. So Joe Biden and his staff so mismanaged the world that Vladimir Putin invades Ukraine after Biden told us for months he could prevent that from happening, and yet all of it is your fault. So that's a slanderous lie. In this country, virtually everyone understands that the invasion of Ukraine is bad. It's bad for us and for the world.
you know what, Tucker? I don't agree. I think you're wrong. I don't think it's bad at all.
Why should the American working class support Russia? Because
Metal Pandas. Can I show you some evidence of Russia losing to Ukraine? Hey, he doesn't know, guys. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. Metal Pandas. I'll show you. I'll show you the evidence of Russia losing to Ukraine, right? Like, for example, I'll show you the loss. Like, for example, it's beautiful. It's actually beautiful. So you see right here how, oh God, that's bad. So right here, you have the largest fleet of armored vehicles in the whole world and still losing to Ukraine. It's pathetic. You mean like losing like this, right? Like posting videos from 2014 and photoshopping a Z on them to make it seem like this is Russian? Is that what you're talking about? Is that what you're talking about, Meadow Panda? Meadow Panda, are you talking about this? Oh, Ukraine is totally beating back the Russians. Metal Panda, they're totally winning. Look how much the bad Russians are losing. Metal Panda, you're so right. Oh no, is that from 2014? Oh, pay no attention. There's a Z on it we photoshopped. It's not from 2014. Russia is totally getting its ass whooped in Ukraine. Slava Ukraini! Slava Zucchini! Russia is losing in Ukraine! Slava Zucchini! Slava Zucchini! Shut the fuck up out of my fucking chat, you dumb fuck. You just look like a dumbass in front of everybody. You just look, man, fucking exposed yourself in front of everybody. Imagine being a really strong power like Russia and still losing to Ukraine. Okay, keep that same energy in 3 days. Keep that same energy in 3 days. And we'll see if your narrative that Russia's been losing to Ukraine will hold up. We'll see. Nah, I'm talking about the convoys getting nuked off the face of the earth, and Russia's getting stranded without food and without fuel, and getting shit-talked by Ukrainians. So you named 3 things. Convoys getting nuked off the face of the earth, Russians getting stranded without food, and then getting shit-talked by Ukrainians. The only out of those 3 things, the only one is correct, is that they're getting shit-talked by Ukrainians on social media. Let's look at the convoys getting nuked off the face of the earth. So there was a report by the Ukrainian government that a convoy of Chechens and 56 tanks were wiped out, and that the evidence they had was that the Chechen general, Tusheyev, was also killed, right? So let's see if that claim was correct. Let's see if that claim turned out to be correct. So, what? Oh, wait, Tusheyev is still alive? So it looks like that was a lie, right? Now let's look into the allegation that Russians were stranded and they were out of fuel, starving for food. Okay. Let's actually look and see what was actually going on. Let's see what actually happened. Let's see what actually fucking happened, right? Oh, wait. Putin suspended operations on Friday to hold talks with Zelensky, even though he changed his mind after Friday. And actually, the reason you saw Russian tanks on the road wasn't because they were out of fucking fuel, but because they were no longer fucking advancing because they fucking suspended operations. Oh. I see. I see you're fucking coping. I see you're fucking coping. And you're a fucking liar. Can you give us a summary of reasons why you justify the Russian invasion? With thanks. It's so fucking stupid. Like, do you know the events leading up to this? Did you know that Russia stepped in to protect the Donbass after Ukraine violated the Minsk agreements? Ukraine still attacked the Donbass, and that's just Russia just doing this in response? It's that fucking simple. My argument is pretty fucking crystal clear, though, honestly. For why I think it's justified? I was just trolling. Metal Panda was just trolling. I was only pretending. Shut the fuck up. Right? But it's actually very simple, right? We don't live in a world of balanced sovereign states. We don't. We live in a world of security pacts, polarities, and alliances. And geopolitical alliances. Everyone fucking understands that. When the security architecture that defines the security of everyone becomes unbalanced in one direction, a country is then threatened. Okay? It's that fucking simple. You know what? I'll show it to you like this. What brought about the Minsk agreement? The civil war in 2014-2015. So I'll show you this. It's really simple, right? So we're going to use Google Maps to do this. Okay. So in what way would Ukraine joining NATO harm the security architecture of Europe? Okay. Well, it's simple. Why does Russia care about Ukraine? Why doesn't Russia care about these countries? Estonia, Latvia, they joined NATO, right? Why isn't that a problem? I'll tell you why. It's actually super simple, okay? So here's Ukraine. Here's Russia's border with Ukraine, right? Right here, what is this sea called? This is the Sea of Azov, right? Sea of Azov, and this is the Caspian, and this is the Black Sea. This strait right here, what is the fucking strait called? It's called this is the, no, this is not that. What is the strait called? Whatever you call this. This is not the Kerch Strait. I think this is the Kerch Strait is, no, not there. That's the Black Sea. It's right here somewhere. Yeah, Sea of Azov. The George Strait. Whatever the fuck this piece of land is, right? This is the single most important geopolitical region of Russia, right? So if this gets cut off from the Russian Federation, Russia's over, right? This right here is with the George Strait. This is what guarantees, so from land, it gets Russia its access to Azeri oil in the past. But now, right, this is the land bridge that gives Russia access to the east right here, right? This sea, the Caspian Sea, right? This is how Russia gets shit from here, right? And then the Black Sea right here, right? These are fucking strategically very important for Russia, right? If they lose this, the Russian Federation is over. You starve Russia out from this, it's over. You guys ever heard of the Battle of Stalingrad? You guys ever heard of the Battle of Stalingrad, right? That's right here, Volgograd. And the reason this battle was so fucking important, the Volgograd Gap, exactly. So when the Germans took Ukraine, right here, right? It's right here, this is the region, right here. When the Germans took Ukraine, they advanced right here to Stalingrad. Now, what was so important about the Stalingrad? It's the Volgograd Gap. Yeah, that's what it's called. What was so important about Stalingrad? If the Germans took Stalingrad, they would be able to advance and take this whole strip called the Volgograd Gap, right? You take this, you conquer Russia. You conquer the whole thing. It's completely defenseless. You lose the Volga River. Not only that, but you lose access to the Caspian Sea. You lose everything. You lose absolutely everything. So that's why the Battle of Stalingrad was so important. Because if you take this, you take all of this right here, this strip right here, you fucking lose everything. Russia's done. Completely fucking vulnerable. Not only vulnerable, it's the end of the Russia as a state. It's the complete end. It wouldn't survive. Okay? This is the most geostrategically vital part of the existence of the Russian state. Okay? So, if Ukraine were to join join NATO, and Ukraine is an anti-Russian country, that leaves Russia very vulnerable. It has every right to prevent that fucking outcome. No country, no big power would ever tolerate that threat to its existence. Okay? The United States would not tolerate that in its own fucking country. The United States would not tolerate, okay? Here's the US. The US would not fucking tolerate Canada and Mexico and Cuba and whatever. It would not tolerate these two being hostile toward it, right? The US would not tolerate any geostrategic threat to its existence. You think the US would just, okay, let's say you have Mexico, hostile Mexico, and Mexico can just fuck up the US somehow and completely end the US's existence and make it very vulnerable. Would we tolerate that? Would we tolerate the possibility of that? No, we fucking wouldn't, okay? So this is about the balance of the security architecture in Europe. That's what this whole fucking thing is about, okay? That's why Russia's doing this. It's specifically about the Volgograd Gap, okay? That's why Russia will not tolerate Ukraine being in NATO, but they were willing to tolerate Estonia and Latvia. Now, as for Finland, okay, why is Russia getting upset that Finland is suggesting it might join NATO. Because if Finland joins NATO, this is going to be a problem right here. You can see it's a similar thing, right? They're going to be cut off. They're going to be able to use this as a launching board to take St. Petersburg, right? And cut Russia off from the Gulf of Finland and the Baltic Sea. Bad news for Russia. So you understand, Putin's not crazy. The Russians are not crazy. They're acting very basically on the very basic and reasonable geopolitical necessities of ensuring the security of the Russian Federation. Now, people ask the question, what do you mean security architecture? What is the security about? It's just about making sure that Russia's sovereignty is secure. Just like how Europe has to make sure that Europe's sovereignty is secure. And America has to make sure that its security is secure, right? Well, Russia has to do the same fucking thing. So you can make the argument, well, Hans, every state has the right to join whatever military bloc that it wants to. Actually, that's not true. You cannot make military strategic alliances that come at the expense of the overall balance of the security architecture. It's a violation of international law, right? You can't fucking do that. We don't exist in a vacuum. It's not like we're all these equal sovereign states. We just all do whatever the fuck we want, regardless of geography and regardless of geopolitics. That's not how it fucking works. Your security cannot come at the expense of my security. That is a norm of international relations. Your security cannot come at the expense of my security, right? There are limits to sovereignty. You cannot just do whatever the fuck you want, right? Now, you can do whatever you want within your own borders, but you cannot join military geopolitical alliances that come at the expense of another country's security. There is a reality of geopolitics, okay? There's a reality of fucking geopolitics. It's a norm of international relations. It's a basic norm of international relations. Russell Pendley got to the front page of Reddit and now he's being bombarded with the most disgusting comments. No fucking shot. He's on the front page of Reddit or a specific Reddit? Of all Reddit? Can you link that to me in Discord? Russell Bentley? Can you link that to me?
Stand up.
Put it in the Put it in the fucking fact checking. Oh God, he's getting bombarded. Yeah, we need to show him solidarity. Why don't I get bombarded, huh? Bombard me like that, motherfuckers. I'm worse than Russell Bentley. I'm standing in solidarity from Russell Bentley. I don't give a fuck. You want to go after him? Isn't the point of war to gain an unfair advantage? No. Yeah, that's the point of war, mercenary. That's the point of war. But when you're not in a state of war, you have to at least pretend like you're committed to maintaining the peace, right? If you are upsetting the balance of security, then you're clearly sending a message that you do want to go to war. And if that's what you're doing, then how is Russia unjustified in invading Ukraine? There's no fairness in war, but when it comes to preserving peace in international relations, your security can't come at the expense of mine, right? So if you want to preserve peace, you have to make sure there's not an imbalance of security. Otherwise, you have things that do lead to war, right? So this got 100,000 views. It's on the front page of Reddit. Can we get a fucking link to that? No, no one's gonna link it. No one's gonna fucking link that. No one's gonna link it. That's okay. That's okay. It's on public freakout. You getting the link now? Okay. r/public freakout. So they're going after Russell Bentley now, huh? Oh my god, public freakout is literally all propaganda. It's literally all propaganda. It's literally all propaganda. It's all fucking propaganda. They're saying Tusheyev was killed in this video. No, he fucking wasn't. Holodomor? You mean a famine that affected Russian and Kazakhstan as well, not just Ukraine? The fuck does that have to do with anything? Literally all of our, so supposedly r/public freakout, that's just dedicated to documenting public freakouts, right? When did it become an anti-Russian propaganda channel? Isn't it weird how r/public freakout became an anti-Russian propaganda channel? It's pretty fucking crazy if you ask me. Pretty fucking crazy if you ask me. Russia's Reddit got deleted? No fucking way. Reddit r/Russia. Holy shit. No, they got quarantined. r/Russia got deleted on Reddit. And Reddit isn't controlled by the fucking government? Shut the fuck up. Reddit isn't controlled by the fucking government? Really? What's the most popular city of Reddit activity? Wasn't it fucking Eglin Air Base? It's all misinformation and propaganda. Like, for example, this headline says that Chechen mercenaries said, "I'm coming for you, Ukraine." Within less than an hour of its release, the commander was killed in action by Ukrainian soldiers. You know, the only problem is that this was literally filmed after the commander was supposedly killed. And he's still alive and well. And there have been multiple videos and pictures of him documented after the time he was supposedly killed in action, which means he wasn't killed in action. Nothing happened to him. Nothing happened to him and his fucking echelon. They have nothing but lies. They literally 9,000 upvotes of lies. 9,000 upvotes of lies. So you're getting an idea of how this is, how this actually works, right? Holy fuck, Reddit is a fucking cancerous shithole. Holy fuck, what a cancerous shithole Reddit is. Absolutely disgusting. Holy shit. Literally, Reddit is fucking cancerous. This was the link on public freakout. Okay, few things. You have people fucking spreading shit. This guy, what is this? Okay. This was removed by the moderators of Public Freakout. Texan fighting alongside the Russians and filming propaganda videos for them. And this got 30,000 upvotes, and it was on the front page of Reddit. And yeah, they went to his YouTube channel and started harassing the shit out of him. Too bad Russell Bentley is literally in the Donbass. And you're a little bitch, Reddit. Russell Bentley is in the fucking Donbass. You can't do shit to him, bitch. You think he gives a fuck about you? He doesn't give a fuck about you. Russell Bentley doesn't give a fuck about you. He doesn't give a fuck about you.
And liberators of Ukraine. These guys are tough, these guys are ready, and there's plenty of them. So far, Russia has used about 10% of its military power, and we're getting ready to bring the hammer down. These guys are going to save and liberate all the good people in Ukraine, and the bad people, boom, kick their ass.
Now, Russell Bentley, he's a Texan. That's a Texan. How is this real? Did he just walk up to a soldier? He's been there since 2014. Fuck it. He's a Russian at this point, not some Texan. Keep fucking coping. He's as Texan. He's as Texan as fucking the Alamo, motherfucker. He's more Texan than fucking Ted Cruz. That's a Texan. You don't just suddenly stop being a Texan because you're somewhere for fucking 8 years. I met people from Oklahoma who are more Texan than this guy. I know Californians more Texas than this guy. Yeah, because these Reddit fucking nerds know all... You know, this is what's disgusting. These disgusting Silicon Valley nerd Redditor satanic freaks are like LARPing as like American patriot country folk Texans. You don't know shit about Texas. This is like all the fucking... all like the Californians who moved to Austin and are like, they're wearing cowboy hats. Oh, well, I'm getting into the groove of being... You're not a fucking Texan, you're a fraud. And Russell Bentley is a real fucking Texan. And you know why I can say that? I'm not a Texan. I'll never be a Texan. I'm a Michigander. I'm from Michigan. And yeah, I'm proud of my fucking Michigander. But I know a real Texan when I can fucking see one. And you Redditors will never be Texans. There's no fucking Texan is on Reddit. Texans don't go on Reddit. Ugly, disgusting nerds do. Texans do not go on Reddit. And I'm saying that as a Michigander, okay? I'm a Midwesterner. This is all fucking Silicon Valley scumbags. Tech people, geeks. IT sector geeks, right? That's fucking Reddit. They're from fucking LA and they LARP. They LARP as Texans and shit. What do you fucking know about a real Texan? Stoned Patient Zero? What the fuck do you know about being a real Texan? Fucking dumbass Redditor. Fuck Reddit. Fuck everyone on Reddit. Fuck Reddit. Fuck that whole website. Fuck Reddit. 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 Fucking astroturfed ass Reddit. He's a real Texan, by the way. Look at these disgusting comments. These are humanitarian Redditors. Ready? Hope this fat guy gets what he deserves. Looks like he will be on the receiving end of an AK-47 soon enough. You're a pussy. You're a little bitch. Fuck you and all of Reddit, you fucking scumbag. This is how Redditors who are pagans talk about death. This is how they talk about death. I haven't even talked about the death of the Azov battalion. Like how they're salivating and foaming at the mouth of just killing a Texan who's an American citizen. You know what? This person is advocating for an American citizen to be killed. I'm pretty sure that violates some laws. Actually. I'm pretty sure that he's an American citizen. You can't just advocate for the death of American citizens. That's absolutely sickening. You can't just advocate for the death of American citizens. You can't just fucking do that. You can report them and they'll get banned. No, that's not going to happen right now. You sound like a leftist right now? Well, I'm doing what they're fucking doing. This is what they do, these fucking Redditors. That's all they do. That's all they fucking do. He's an American citizen. Russell Bentley's an American citizen. Carl Schwab removed the Putin page from the WEF site. What I want to fucking know is, this is how pagan Redditors talk about death. I hope he gets what he deserves. I can handle death. I can process death. I've taken DMT. I'm unfazed by death. These are the type of people that can slaughter people with no remorse, right? Absolutely anti-human, disgusting people. It's fucking paganism in action.
For Russia, and support for China, and support for the anti-imperialist countries, and opposition to Wall Street walk hand in hand. What the imperialists are doing around the world and what they are doing to America and the working class of America are the same. They are trying to grind us all into poverty. They are trying to lower the population. They are trying to set the stage for their high-tech, low-wage economy. The problem of overproduction and the tendency of the falling rate of profit and the general law of capitalist accumulation, the way that they plan to resolve it is by canceling millions of working people, by lowering consumption, reducing consumption, lowering the population. They are Malthusian. They are vicious. They don't have a place for us in the global assembly line any longer. And in order to keep their profits rolling in, they have decided to engage in this kind of activity. And that is why it is necessary. You can't talk about fighting Wall Street and repeat and help them colonize Eastern Europe. You can't talk about fighting Wall Street and support their hypocritical anti-China hysteria. It walks hand in hand. There is a common destiny for the working class of the United States and the people of the world. It is the same struggle against the imperialists. And we have to beat that drum over and over and over again. There's no separation between the struggle. The struggle against Big Pharma is a struggle of the working class of the United States and a struggle of the people of the world. And the struggle, against the prison industrial complex and the struggle against police brutality is the struggle against U.S. imperialism. And it's the same state apparatus. It's the same big corporations and monopolies and banks. And you have to connect these struggles. And, if you're helping them take down Russia, how can you then protect the people of the United States? If you're helping them go after China, how can you protect the working families of the United States? If you're going to fight them here, you got to fight them over there, right? And that there's one global economy.
Chechen units still moving toward Kiev. Uh-oh. Okay, thank you, Carl Dougler. I don't know why I was mean to you, but I guess I'm sorry. Thank you. Isn't this the guy they said died who's missing in action? Who was killed in action? That's him, isn't it? This is literally him. This is the guy that isn't this Tusheyev? Let me look it up. Maybe it's not. Is that Tusheyev? It looks like. Is that him? No, it's not him. Hey, I wonder when they're gonna show us The 56 tanks they supposedly took out.
There is one
in one swoop.
Imperialist, monopolist system that is threatening the people of the world. There is an emerging alternative, the Belt and Road Initiative, One Belt, One Road Initiative, the Eurasian Economic Union, the what do you call it? The Bolivarian alternative for Latin America. And we got to stand with that, right? And it's really important. Look, there's a reason that Nicaragua, Venezuela, Iran, the Houthis, there's a reason that they've all recognized the People's Republics of Donetsk and Lugansk. There's a reason for that, right? Because they understand the connection. We got to make that connection understood ourselves. We got to make that connection understood ourselves.
There you go. There you go. That's why I support Russia. And if everyone keeps asking me, why do you support Russia? That's why. Mapping Russia's massive
Russian military convoy making its way to Kyiv, just miles away from the capital. Bill Hemmer joins us now from the big board with the latest on Russia's ominous push. Bill.
Amazing interview.
Hey, look at the liberals. Guys, liberals exposed. Look at this. This is actually a progressive liberal, by the way. Just want to let you know what these pro-Ukrainian liberals are saying. This is what the pro-Ukrainian liberals are saying. Wait, get the fuck out of my chat, little bitch. Yusheyev is still alive with his units in northern Kiev areas. I know. So Tusheyev is here. There you go. Another confirmation that he's still very much not dead.
Jesse, good evening to you. That town of Kharkiv, where she's coming from, it's got 1.4 million people, Jesse. Is like the size of San Diego. San Diego, California has 1.4 million people. Phoenix, Arizona is 1.6 million. That gives you a sense of the relative size of Kharkiv right here in the Northeast. And this town has just been pounded over the last 2 days. Jesse, you just shown some video there a moment ago of these residential areas. Just about every single one of those buildings has some sort of shot either going into it or coming out of it. I mean, it's really remarkable stuff. And
there's a new video of him on Zoka Twitter. Click more messages below. Yeah, I know. There's more videos. There's several pieces of evidence.
And when all this clears at some point, we're going to get a better idea as to how many civilians are put at risk here. So just watch that story. What I did for you, Jesse, here, this goes back to last Thursday. It's February 24th. Here in the north of Kyiv, here in the northeast, Kharkiv, down here in the Nets group.
They announced a date and time when COVID is going to be scientifically cured. Posted in fact-checking. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? COVID news? I didn't know COVID was still a thing. I thought COVID disappeared. I didn't know COVID was still a thing. I did not know COVID was still a thing. I didn't know it was still a thing. I thought COVID is gone forever.
Region here and in the south of Crimea. I'll just put the map in motion a little bit, day by day. Jesse, it's not significant. It's just sometimes it's just very subtle, but everything you see in red is occupied by the Russian army. So that's Thursday. This is Friday. I know it's subtle, but it's significant when you're trying to advance in a war like this, and that takes you to the 27th, which was yesterday, the 27th of February. So again, the north, the northeast, and the south here. What we're seeing here, I'd advance just one more time here. So this is Kharkiv, the town I described a moment ago. It's about 20 miles just on the near side of the border with Russia. Jessica, we saw some satellite images the other day that were taken on Thursday that showed this enormous military staging area. So the Russian military has the capacity to go back and forth over the border now and resupply if it wants to go ahead and hit this town even more. I'll take you up to the north. Okay, here we go. Capital city of Kyiv right here. This is the, if I can get this thing going here. So this is the border of Belarus, and then right there it turns into Russia. So at daybreak earlier today, one of our big stories on America's Newsroom were the peace talks, these, well, I should call them truce talks, that were underway in Belarus. What came of them, it's a little uncertain, but they did.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure those talks went very badly.
Agree to talk again near the Belarus-Polish border at some date to be named very soon. Here's the capital city down here. This is about 160 miles, Jesse. From the border here, it's about 90 miles. And this is really, I mean, that's been the push from the north for the Russian army to get on these roads. And the convoy pictures are just stunning. You know, they're lined up 2 across for miles, sometimes 3 across for miles. And you wonder, at what point, if they're able to breach this city, how much power the Russian army takes with it into the capital city of Kyiv. Take it down here just in Crimea in the south. This was
It's like a weather forecaster. I love this. I wish I need one of these maps.
Really an uncontested battle here. There's an irrigation canal.
I can, like, you can draw on it and shit.
That separates
He's drawing on it.
Crimea from the rest of Ukraine. Once that canal was breached by tanks and trucks many days ago, that was pretty much.
By the way, Russians opened the highway from Kyiv, so Kyiv citizens can people living in Kyiv can evacuate. So they opened the highway. The Ukrainian government closed it down to prevent people from leaving. Russia opened it up so people can leave.
Very little resistance on behalf of the Ukrainian army. And any of the reporting we're getting here suggests that's the case, that the Russian army was able to go right across the border and really, with the border between Crimea and Ukraine, and do what it wanted and go in any direction at once. And so I would just say, Jesse, in the days to come...
Source, I covered it yesterday. Someone link it. Is there proof of that? Yeah, okay, fine. If you're calling me out on it. I shared it yesterday. Russia highway open. Fuck. Yeah, here. Okay, finally, it's right here. It was like the first search result when I typed it in. Sake. Okay, hold on. 2 things I want to show you. This. So this is that. This is the Russian Minister of Defense. Russia creates a safe passage for residents to leave Kyiv. That was it. And it was a specific highway that I fucking forgot about. The other thing I want to show you that I just saw, though, was pretty interesting. Max Blumenthal shared this. Pretty weird. Fuck. Okay. Here it is. The U.S. media celebrates Ukrainian citizens. Let me just make sure there's no TOS. Okay. So while the U.S. media celebrates Ukrainian citizens taking up arms, the ultranationalist or neo-Nazi Azov Battalion's National Corps published a propaganda video of its fighters training and passing out arms to residents of Kharkiv, transforming them into combatants.
На курсу вишколів цивільної оборони «Не панікуй, готуйся». Нам розповідають, що вони відводять війська, що буде все дуже гарно. Але з кожним днем все збільшується кількість ворожої армії на наших кордонах. Кожного дня йдуть провокації на окупованих територіях. Влада не хоче проводити інструктаж або розповідати...
These are neo-Nazis who want to re-establish the intermarium.
...людям, де та що робити. Тому висновок один. Нам треба самим підготуватись до будь-яких подій. Свій дім ми...
Yes, we have the Western world supporting us. We have CNN supporting us. We have everyone supporting us. Yay! We are invincible! NATO is coming to save us! Yay! We are neo-Nazis! Neo-Nazis who have the backing of the whole liberal free world. The liberal idiots in fucking New York City and who are in SNL and Los Angeles, California, and Austin, Texas. All of the liberals are supporting us. BBC supporting us. Yay, hello, hooray. This reminds me of the fucking Syrian jihadis who were literally in Al-Qaeda, and they'd be like, yay, the media support us! Yes, the media support us! Hooray! Allahu Akbar! Hooray! It's the same shit. You know, you have these like extremists who like they pretend to be against the mainstream, but they're literally like the fucking hiding behind the mainstream media, right? Sorry, the mainstream globalist establishment. It's pretty fucking crazy.
Віддамо. Слава нації!
Pretty interesting. What do you think open liberal support of neo-Nazis abroad means for domestic politics? It means an increase of things like Justin Trudeau's emergency measures of authoritarianism, new justifications for censorship, cracking down on our freedom of liberties, labeling people like the January 6th protesters as domestic terrorists. It's all coming together. We are getting fascism and neo-Nazism at home. That's what we're getting.
You had 2,000 Russian Marines go ashore over the weekend. Just watch this town. It's a port city, population about 450,000. And then if Putin wants, he could eventually try and connect the Donbass region, which is where we were back in 2014, over to Kherson and into Odessa. Just watch that story in the days.
Yeah, I think that's going to happen too. I think they're going to take Odessa and connect it with Mariupol and the Donbass
to come. But right now, it's going to be a long night in Ukraine, Jesse.
Yeah, we have to ensure that people in the U.S. can't openly support Russia. Fuck off, Hillary. You lost the fucking election. No one likes you. Nobody likes you, Hillary. Nobody likes you. People like Haas more than they like Hillary.
Later, okay.
That land bridge, if that's
And Haas has beef with a lot of people.
the place, that's just an incredible tactical maneuver that's very, very hard to stop once that's established.
It'd be a big Russian victory.
That would be.
Right.
All right. Thanks so much, Bill.
Sure.
Hey,
They're reporting on the truth. The only war Russia's losing is the information war on Twitter and Reddit and Facebook. Yep. The more Russophobia there is in the US, the faster extreme right groups will form to resist it. The whole distinction between right and left is being turned upside down. Azov is considered right in Ukraine, you know? The Kharkiv Kid Finder, what? Cluster bombing is apparently faked. It was actually MLRS. They say those were grads. I don't know what that means. I have no idea. Let's check the live UA map once more. Alright, guys. You want me to stream tomorrow? I want to stream tomorrow. I am going to stream tomorrow. It is going to happen. But in order for me to stream tomorrow, I got to go to bed earlier than usual, right? And I know I didn't stream a lot today. I barely streamed at all today. But I have to go to the gym, come back. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I am going to play a little bit of Elden Ring. I am. Okay? Because I like the game a lot. And it's stimulating my brain to a great extent. I'm going to take a shit. I'm going to go to the gym. Hopefully get to bed earlier than I usually do. Eat. And then tomorrow, I will hopefully wake up early enough for us to have a really long stream, which is the point, right? We want to wake up early so we can have a long stream, right? So we'll have one tomorrow. We'll reconvene tomorrow. We're about to give Jackson a fat raid. Okay? But we will reconvene tomorrow. Thank you so much, Stimberstone, for that gifted subscription. Based. Thank you, Maxer Dog. Appreciate you. I appreciate it a lot. Appreciate it a lot. Bring the camera back to home base. The hype train. So, guys, I will see you. Go give Jackson that shout out. Oh, is Jackson ending his stream? Is he ending his stream?
Just like randomly demonetizing people's accounts and shit. I haven't been more worried about this demonetization of.
Too bad he can deal with this giant burden of a viewership, and he can send you guys to someone else if he's ending it. Bye, guys. I'll see you tomorrow.